Monday, but we are getting close to our fiscal year. That means all of the finances and stuff will be closing up. And if you turn it in anytime after that, we may not be able to get your check back to you until probably September or August. And I really would rather get it back to you as soon as possible. So if you have any questions regarding your TEC, please feel free to contact me either by phone or email. Both my contact information is located on the front page of that packet, and I will be available as well throughout the day to answer any questions.
Hi, Denise. One of them, Charity and Mark are coming in at the same time. Should be here about the next 5 minutes or so.
And Leticia says she'll be here in 2.
And
And there's Mr. Jones.
There he is. John, look at that entrance.
Good morning.
Morning. Now
I'll
we can
just
begin.
quickly go through the agenda. We have a very general agenda. As you can see, the majority of the meeting is going to be going through our scores. Normally at our board meetings, any kind of our ESC meetings, we do public comment at the end. But because this meeting is scheduled to go for a long time today, we decided to do public comment in the beginning. So if there are any members of the public here who wish to address the group, we will ask for that in just a few minutes. And I sent an email out yesterday. I imagine most of you did not get it, but I just wanted to give everyone a heads up about how the meeting will proceed today. We had some discussion at the last meeting about how we would look at the scores and which proposals we would look at first, whether we look at the ones that were on the funding cutoff and move out, et cetera. And after reviewing all of the scores, we decided that we really wanted an opportunity, at least for every proposal, to have a chance for some discussion. So we're going to proceed through all 58 proposals today, one by one. Tony is going to lead that discussion. We're going to put a slide up on the wall that shows the summary points for each proposal. You'll have an opportunity, each of you, if you wish, to make any comments you want to make. If there are no comments, we will quickly move to the next proposal, and so on. We don't have any breaks scheduled, but we'll take breaks as needed. If you need a break, feel free to take one. There are drinks over here on the other side of the table here. There's waters and sodas if you need one. There's coffee in this carafe here. Please feel free to stop and get a snack at any time. And are there any questions about how this will proceed? Yes.
Yes, how much time will be allowed for each proposal?
Well, some proposals I think will necessitate more discussion than others. Proposals perhaps that have the outliers, the discrepancies between the high and the low scores, those that don't, potentially can move through. I would say we want to limit it. It's hard to say, Tony. I mean, we just want to keep moving. We want to make sure everyone is heard from, but we haven't set any time limits per se. We're just going to be watching.
If it's 1 minute per proposal, that's an hour.
Yeah. No.
If we're at number 10 by lunchtime,
That's where.
So in terms of, to kind of reinforce Colleen's point, the ones that don't need discussion it'll be really clear.
What is the purpose of the discussion?
Tony's going to get into that in a little bit, but it's really to look at what's been submitted, provide an opportunity if the ESC would like to modify scores based on something that we've heard or seen, and provide that opportunity in this formal setting.
So yeah, Tony will go into more detail. And that's really all I have to say. So at this point, if there are members of the public here who wish to address the group, anyone? All right, we can move on. Yes? And if you could state your name and who you're representing.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dominique Knott. I'm here from the Children's Defense Fund, California. I'm also here with Eric Webster from the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. I will say that while we appreciate the fact that you have a lot of time for public comments, having it at the beginning is a little bit difficult because a lot of this is us really wanting to see how this process is going to work. I will say that I am very excited to observe this process. I've been so heartened by the way this ESC has been functioning, and certainly have been looking to the way this ESC has functioned, and hopefully this RFP process as a model that the BSCC can continue in other spaces, in other funding spaces. So I guess my only request at this point would be that perhaps after lunch or at some point, public comment could be allowed so that we can at least respond to some of the discussion that has already been had. Thank you.
thank you.
Anyone else? All right, Scott, I'll hand it back to you, or to Tony, actually.
I think to Tony.
Okay, so I'm gonna start out up here and I'm gonna answer some of the general questions. The purpose of today's meeting is just to have a general discussion so that you can see how other ESC members scored their proposals and to talk about the proposals and talk about the points that you gave. This meeting is not intended to have you guys come into some agreement. If there is an outlier where someone gave a 0 and someone gave a 12, the discussion is just to talk about why one person gave such a low score, whereas one person gave such a high score. Then we'll open it up to say, would you like to make modifications or changes to your score? You do not have to. We're not here to create some type of agreement. This meeting is just to present the points you assign, give you an opportunity to talk about those points, and give you an opportunity to adjust your scores based on something that was brought up in the discussion that can tie back to the proposal. Are there any questions?
And I think just to give like a specific example, in the past, these sort of things have happened where you might have scored something low because they didn't tell you how many folks they're gonna house or how many folks they're gonna serve. And then someone else here says, well, yes, they did, check on page X, Y, and Z in the footnotes. And you see it, and now that might change your score or it might not. As you hear discussion, you can choose whether you want to adjust a certain score if you're an outlier, or if you choose not to adjust anything.
Are there any questions?
And I think as a general process, and as you know how your scoring scale worked, I think if there are proposals that are overall like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those are probably not, that are rated overall like that. Those are probably not proposals we're gonna spend a lot of time discussing because the overall consensus of the group is that they're pretty poor or fair. And on the flip side, if there's proposals that are 10s, 11s, and 12s, they're likely to definitely be funded. I think we need to spend the crux of our time talking about those 6, 7, 8s, 9s, or 7, 8s, and 9s that are in the middle that could go either way where there isn't consensus and there's a lot of outliers. So
on the screen, I have the first proposal with all the rating factors. I'm gonna explain what's up here. Column A, those are the rating factors. Column B is the range between the lowest point assigned and the highest point assigned per rating factor. Column D is just a list of the proposals, which tells me which proposal we're on. And then E through T are your points that you assigned. And AD is the mean of the points per rating factor. In column B, when we move on to the next proposal, you'll see there will be some shading, highlighting of cells. If there's a black cell, which I'll go over again when we get to it, that means there's a difference in the range of 51 points or more, 51% or more. If there's a brown or red cell, that means it's 75% difference between the high and the low. Okay, so this is proposal 1. There are no outliers. Is there anything anybody sees up there that they'd like to discuss?
So no outliers on this. How would you have an outlier marked if there was one?
Okay, so I'm gonna go. Is there anything that you'd like to discuss on this?
Can we go back to it? It would just be good to see what an outlier looks like, and then we'll go right back to this.
So on proposal D, proposal 2, and column B, the 8, that's an outlier of 51% or more between the low and the high. And the low is a 3, and the high is 11.
I'd love to know who rater 4 is.
So that's what an outlier will look like.
So every rating factor is worth 12 points. So essentially, if there's a difference of 6 points or more, which is half, between the high and the low, it's going to be marked in that B column. So that B column is where we always want to focus on when we move through the slides. That's where the outliers will be marked.
The other thing to note, just kind of as a functional standpoint, once we complete, so to speak, a review of the proposal. That's it. We'll move on to the next one and so on and so forth. We won't be going back once we're done. And then at the very end, Tony will just provide just the final ranked order that the group has decided on based on these changes. And then we'll kind of go from there. So just really take the time if you have anything, so that when we move on, it's.
John? My question was gonna be, if we're on this one, is, just if the person is interested, and maybe they're not here, I don't know, if Raider 8 would just like to share why they thought the proposal was perfect. Yeah, they gave them a perfect score, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
So I just would be curious, because
And Judge Eskins, I think you're Raider 8.
Oh, I'm Raider 8.
Yes, sir.
What's the question?
you gave the application a perfect score. I didn't know you were Raider 8. I just was curious why you felt it was a perfect application.
Which one are we talking about? I'm telling you, folks, I'm hopelessly confused. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what our objective is. I don't know what the end product is going to be. Whether we're making a cutoff, I don't know how much money is available for the million and under applications and how much money is available for the over. I don't want to disrupt everything. I don't mind responding to any questions. I was very impressed with. Which one are we talking about?
Sure.
If you look under column D, it's proposal number 1.
Proposal number 1.
Alameda
County.
There you go. So on that first sheet that you turned over, Judge Eskin, that had your ranked order, that list of proposals 1 through 58.
Yeah.
So rather than state the name of each applicant, we'll say P1, P2, and so on and so forth,
Okay.
through P58. The rating factors
I'm asking a process question. Can I ask a process question? Yeah. Thank you. When you say, Scott, that you're moving on, do you mean that that looks pretty clear that it's gonna be funded, or that, or a
Yeah.
project looks as though it's not?
Yeah,
going to be funded?
I say moving on because if you look at the means, where if you looked at the last means, there were 4s, 5s, and 6s, which are very low.
Right.
This is very high, so I'm suggesting that we focus most of our discussion on proposals that are 6, 7, 8s, 9s, kind of in the middle.
And the decision about whether this one or one that is 9, 10, 11 means is whether or not they actually get funded is a determination that's made at the end of the day?
Yes.
Okay, got it,
So I think that's all.
got it.
And I think, I mean, I look at two things when kind of deciding whether to press it along or ask for more discussion. That is if there's an outlier and what the means are. Does that seem accurate, Tony, in terms of, am I missing something?
No, as long as you, once you address that, you give them the opportunity to talk about it in the other sources as well.
Got it. Any further comments on proposal 4? Right, moving on to proposal 5, which is El Dorado County.
So for proposal 5, there are 5 outliers.
Oh.
Rating
So this is
factors.
where we stop for a while. Rater 18.
That's me.
Who's that?
Come on.
Ron, oh.
Wow.
Tough day.
Yes, I
huh?
did listen. Now, this is, I only have a few that are outliers, and almost all of them are budget related. This one is not budget related. I guess my issue with this one was that it was such a small county of 186,000. They asked for a $6 million grant, that I held them to a higher standard. I really felt that this is a community that belonged in the $1 million range because of the size of the community and the population they were serving. So that's where my scores reflected that, because while the proposal, and the other thing overall philosophy I had with the proposal was they seem to be implementing a program that most counties implemented as part of their AB 109 funding. They're kind of catching up, and that was my concern. So those two factors are why I rated it down below.
So Ron, can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So when you said that you rate them the way that they've been rated, it's all based on stuff that you saw in the proposal, right?
Absolutely.
So that's how you were able to kind of make that tie-in.
Mhm.
So the fact that they happen to request a lot relative to their population is secondary.
Correct. Yeah.
Having listened to Ron, I'm rater 1. I'd like to reduce my budget score to 4. And my need to 5. Any other comments? All right, moving on to proposal 6. Proposal 6 is Fresno County.
And we have,
Judge Eskin, perfect score.
we have 5 rating factors.
ask a point of clarification for Tony? For the raters that aren't here right now, when they come in, do we have to give them the opportunity to go back?
No.
No? Okay, thank you.
They're bad.
All right.
I would,
I just wanted to add, I mean, just related to that comment that you made, I think that for me, it did matter that not necessarily the demographics, but the amount of people that are going to be served.
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I'm happy
So
that,
that 40 people versus
100,
Yeah,
100.
guys with the same amount of money seems.
and that was, the point I was
That speaks of
making.
leveraging other resources and.
If you're a small community of 12,000 and you're asking for the same amount as a community as a $3.5 million person county, you have to do more in order to have the same effect in that community. So the program has to have more features or whatever, I would think, in order to accomplish the same amount because the volume isn't there. So you're serving fewer people at a higher level in order to make the same impact, I think.
Could I ask if we could come back to proposal 6 when our 2 missing folks are here? Not all of them, but just proposal 6, because I'd really like to see why Raider 9 rated it a 3, because I think that really drove the mean down. And just hear their thoughts on it if they're willing to share.
My objection to that, no, because if you do that for one, you have to do it for all of them.
Good, I don't want to do it for all. Moving on.
Scott, can I make one?
Yes.
Make one comment? So
Yes, Thomas.
because I'm an outlier on the guiding principles. I thought that for a county that has a pretty diverse population, they did not address in the principles how the project would really serve those of diverse racial and ethnic disparities who needed those services. I didn't think they even really mentioned that or how it would change the lives of those people. And so I tended to rate them pretty low on that. And just as a general thing on the guiding principles, what I really marked down was when under the principles, they just simply parroted what we had already said in the sheet, by saying, for example, they said, well, our services are culturally competent. They ensure that services will be tailored to meet the individual. They basically just repeated the criteria rather than actually explaining what they were going to do to meet that. And so I tended to be a little harder on the guiding principles, maybe.
As long as you were consistent.
I was consistent.
All the way around,
yes.
that would be our only concern. Perfect, thank you.
It's kind of a hard ass on that one, but in other ways, I was very generous, I thought. So, balanced out. It is tricky, yeah.
It really is.
Anyway, that's just my comment.
All right, any other comments on proposal 6? All right, moving on to proposal 7, which is the city of Parlier.
Proposal 7, we have 5 outliers. 2 of them have points with a range of 75% or greater.
I am the low outlier on on project need, and I went back and reviewed it afterwards. I want to bump mine from a 4 to a 6.
4 to a 6.
Which one is this?
Once again, I'm the high rater, and I want to explain something. I want to explain my bias. As an advocate of Prop 47 and a defender of Prop 47 for the past 3 years, in the face of the constant criticism from various law enforcement groups, one of the positive collateral consequences of Prop 47 that has gotten no attention in the media is the fact that public health, mental health, and other entities that were never previously involved in the criminal justice planning process are now at the table. And so I've been influenced by the fact that chiefs of police have been including mental health, public health, and other considerations in these proposals. So when I look at the chief of police of Parlier, who is moving to expand
looking at new players and their willingness, if you will, compulsion or whatever it is to come to the table. That's tough because you go, man, should we dump the money into the places of great need? Do we reward good conduct? I mean, it's really tough. To me, it just didn't feel like they were authentic about the outcomes. To me, it was about getting the money. And so, I just feel pretty strongly that one, that's probably my lowest score. I didn't care for the project. I didn't think it was detailed in the way that, was commensurate with what they're asking for.
Hey, Scott, do you mind if we take a quick pause just to reset for charity and for Mark, just to know what they're looking at?
That'd be great. And then Sammy, let's do that and then you.
Welcome.
Okay. So what I have on the screen up there is the points that were assigned, and they're laid out by the proposal. The rows are the rating factors. So in column A, you have rating factor 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Column B is the range. It's the difference between the high and the low score. The high and the low score per proposal is marked by the red box is the low, the blue box is the high. And then at the very end in AD, we have the mean between all the scores per rating factor. And discussion is driven by column B. The outliers are marked as, C7 is a black box, that's 51% or greater. 9 is a brown or red box, that's 75% or greater, and the percentage greater means difference between the low and the high.
So Mark and Charity, in column B, where we're stopping and really having discussion is when there's either a black or a brown highlighted box, which means there's a lot of discrepancy between ratings, as well as the last column, which is the mean. Obviously, if the means are very high, it's a very well-rated proposal. If very low, we're not really talking about it, really talking about those that are in the middle. And I think based on the comments from my co-chair, I'd like Rater 1, I'd like to take my community involvement from a 10 down to an 8, please. Thank you. Any other comments on proposal 7?
Chair, I would recommend that all the comments be done before we start revising scores. I feel as though the dialogue should happen.
And then
because
revise.
it could be influenced, right? In my opinion, just the part of there, I actually want to raise my project up from a 5 to a 7, considering that part of the year was 97% of its residents were, I mean, you just see the data for itself, right? And I think that they're the only ones that spoke or raised the issue of the school and prison to like deportation pipeline, and that they wanted to use this as a method to keep families, right, as a diversion to like deportation for family. I mean, they didn't spell it out specifically like that, but I thought they at least touched on that issue, and there are very few that did, that talked about that very vulnerable population. Again, looking at it from the guiding principles, I thought that was really important. And in today's contemporary society, that we actually, somebody was highlighting that and working towards diversion of that very vulnerable group.
So can I get you to repeat your score?
So I would go up to a 7, at least a 7, out from a 5. What does that raise me up to? At least, let's do one more. Let's do 8. Just for good measure, you know. I raise you. I take your 7, raise it to an 8.
So
How's that?
9, you doing that based on your.
Yes, I'm doing it based on just my own feeling about it. Again, the very specific, yes, what I just commented on, which I'll.
And just as a preemptive, not to be a wet blanket, but just a reminder that when we're picking scores, that this will have a significant impact on funding statewide. So I know it can be kind of fun and just to just say, oh, well, I'll raise you 2, but I mean, we have 58 counties and $100 million just about. So, and it is a public meeting, so let's just be very mindful of that.
No, totally. And I do believe in the score that I just actually raised it up to, that it should be an 8, considering again the factors I just laid out.
But Sammy, I like what you started out with by saying, you know, let's discuss and then let's change the scores. Because what really stood out for me on this proposal was that the Harlier Police Department responded to 449 incidents at the high school and junior high, and almost all the calls were related to drug and truancies. And if you're involving law enforcement for that at the school, coming more than once a day, it's not the approach that I think is what we want with this effort.
Is it Harley or Fresno?
Harley.
Harley.
Which is South
All right, we're ready to move on? All right, moving on to proposal number 8, which is going to be Inyo.
So we have 3 outliers: community engagement, project description, and project evaluation.
Sammy loves this one. This was the county, Sammy. There was an incredibly high native population.
The desert.
Yeah. Only 13% or 13%, I'm sure.
Oh, look at the need.
Yeah, well, the need was tremendous.
I thought they were, and also I feel like we spelled it out for them, and I feel like they made absolutely no effort whatsoever to include the voice of the formerly incarcerated in the process, like none, zero.
Nobody there, none. Hence my one. I mean, I really struggled with these, Ricardo. These need is so profound. It's like, oh my gosh, this community is gonna like spontaneously combust if we don't do something. And yet, you know, you see, it's so hard to, I really struggled on a few of these that the need is so great and the people are so desperate and you're going, what's gonna happen with this money? Can they get it together? Can they, it's hard to believe that on some of them when you see their methodology is so tied to business as usual.
And there's a couple of different ways to think about it.
So
If you're a
hard.
cynic, you can say that if you're applying because there's a need everywhere, right? And you can also say that there's lots of money that's available, right? But the other side is, I mean, this is kind of our harsh reality is that everyone, for the most part, on need, I think they do a really good job articulating why they need it. But to Scott's point, it's all those other sub-factors that you guys put so much time into, and I love the analogy you give her about the guiding principles where it's just kind of regurgitated. And I think that's why it becomes such a difficult conversation because they can express their need, but can they express everything else that you guys think that they need from me?
And also, I mean, they said that there's 536 people on probation, but they didn't take 1 or 2 of them and add them to the committee or get their input or anything. Like 536 people in this county on probation, and they didn't do anything to engage them whatsoever. When we spelled it out for them. So I mean, to me, that's a deliberate, like, okay, they want us to include these people at the table, but we're not gonna include these people at the table because we don't want these people at the table.
But I'm just gonna say that I felt as though in terms of geographic equity as well.
Yeah.
This is the one that was working with tribes.
Right.
On the
That was
reds.
tough. That was tough.
And so I felt like, again,
Right.
looking at it from that standpoint, I was using really native traditions, and some other traditions as well, right? To help with recovery and wellness that maybe is not understood by Western kind of practices sometimes, but very important to the tribes. I felt was really important, but that was, I think, my lens of looking at this particular one that, you know, we're not, I don't know, again, the way I'm looking at it is from that kind of geographic and kind of vulnerable populations and equity. right?
Yeah.
And looking at, that tribes need a lot of help. The res needs a lot of help.
That's why I put the need so high. I just felt like the way they got it, it was just like almost disrespectful.
I'm Raider 10, and for the community engagement, I'd like to reduce my 6 to a 4. And for the reasons that Scott said, and I was trying to, some of that will be not so hard, but I want to use the full range of my score sheet. But also the project description I thought was pretty weak, especially the around just talking about how trauma is will be addressed. There was pretty minimal conversation, especially around cultural competency. Their version of cultural competency is hiring people to speak Spanish.
Yeah.
And so for that, I would reduce also the description down to a 5.
Okay, for community engagement, you're going from a 6 to a 4.
5.
And project description 5.
Yes.
And project evaluations.
I'll leave that alone.
Okay.
And I'm number 17. And for community engagement, I'd like to go to 6.
I have one. I'm number 3, and I'd like to move community engagement to 6 as well.
6 as well.
I have a question for Seth. Ricardo, this application really broke my heart for the reasons that were very articulated by Sam. When I read the project need, I just thought, oh my gosh, we've turned a corner in the treatment of, the most native population in this country. I mean, really, it was painful to get through the project. And I didn't know, I figured I couldn't ask the question that this is a project that, in the end, if we have money, I would be very inclined to want to help. My question is there space and opportunity for staff to help these people get to where they need to be? Because the need is so profound, it's so disturbing. The geographical distances for these projects between populations, services, it just seems like a place that just needs so much help, and where do you even begin? But it is my concern ultimately, you see I did a 1 on community engagement out of my righteous indignation, I gave them 1. But is it something that we can do, or is that just we need to take the project on its face?
It depends. So if the project is funded, which we won't know until the end of the day, right? If the project's funded, if they make the cut, and if there's specific feedback that you want to give it to staff, say, hey, if these guys get funded, on top of the things that they've written, here are some things you want to make sure, concerns of things that you want to make sure are addressed. We can raise those things with them if they meet the spirit of their proposal, if it's within their kind of funding. It wouldn't, drastically change their project. We could absolutely say, hey, we have some feedback on these things. Are these things that you can fix? If the project is not funded, which is different, we don't have any jurisdiction over them. All we can do as staff is what we do for all proposals that are not funded, which is to give them some feedback on the areas where they did not score as high and they weren't able to make the cut. And if they ask some follow-up questions, this conversation is super great for us because we can listen to the tape and provide some kind of oral notes to them. But if they're not funded, it's the need, all the things that you've seen, unless there's another funding stream to support their needs, we won't be able to provide any meaningful, at least financial assistance from our end.
Okay. I would, in light of a number of things I heard here, and I think I was probably a little harsh on this application, I'd like to change my community engagement from a 1 to a 3, please.
Also, Ricardo.
Yes.
After listening to the discussion and rereading the project need, I'm number 16. I did score them, I think, too low because they didn't cite all of their data sources, but going back and reading through the application, they actually did parenthetically indicate some of where they got their data. I think I was too tough on them for not citing all their sources, so I'd like to raise on the project need from a 5 to a 7.
Any other comments?
The general comment real quickly. And I think it's related to the heartbreak that you mentioned and frustration and stuff.
without having to, dig too deep into it. It literally stood out for me, so we got it in that category. I don't.
Any other comments on proposal 9, Kern County? All right, moving on to proposal 10, Kings County.
So on proposal 10, we have 5 outlayers with rating factors 5 and 6 being 75% or greater.
I think it would be great to hear from Raider, or actually Raider 4 is not here.
On Raider 7, my concern with community engagement was, I think this was one of them where they had a significant amount of law enforcement and district attorneys on the local advisory committee, but there was no defense representation, even though there's a role for the defense in the diversion program. So that just jumped out at me as pretty problematic. I also didn't think that the community engagement process was transparent enough, and then the discussion around how the information is going to become noticed and accessible to the public. The line, I think, was something along the lines of the local advisory committee's members are going to be notified, and then they're going to be encouraged to share it with the public. I think that the encourage is not strong enough, so it needs to get.
Thanks, Shelley. Thank you very much. I just can't get over the fact that we specifically asked them to include the voices of the formerly incarcerated as the planning, and with a 20+ person committee, they couldn't include one person who was impacted by the system. To me, that's them. We asked them to do it. They chose not to. That's me. That's a county just saying, this is not a kind of person we want at the table with. All right, I suggest moving on to proposal 13. Any comments? Okay, proposal 13, no outliers. Yeah, proposal 13 is the Gardena Police Department. Any comments on this? I feel like I'm very low on project need. And I'd love to hear from Raider 8 or Raider 10 or Raider 12 that scored at a 10 or 11, because I'd love to move my score up if there's a compelling reason.
So what ratings did you ask for, Scott?
Raider 8, Raider 10, Raider 12, they gave it 10s and 11s. All right, seeing none. Any objections to moving to proposal 14? All right, proposal 14.
Yes, Scott, can I jump in and
Yeah,
ask
Shelley.
a point of order here? We still, in this point factors mean, there are lots of 7s and 8s. Is it possible that at the end we're going to have ties, and in which case, what's the process going to be at that point? Or am I getting too far ahead of myself?
There is a possibility that there will be ties, and the ties will be determined by the thresholds that you laid out. You laid out 4 thresholds. You laid out a threshold for the overall score. You laid out a threshold for rating factor 2 and rating factor 3 and rating factor number 6. So to answer your question, if there's an example, proposal 1 and proposal 2 were tied, the first thing I would look at was who received the overall highest score. And then that would be the tiebreaker. If that was tied, we go down to the next threshold that you set.
Tony, if I could, on page 21 of the RFP, we stated that in the case of a tied score, the applicant with the highest score in the project description section will be awarded funds.
Yeah.
So we had already discussed that, and that's only going to apply if they're on the funding cutoff line.
And are we going to see that at the end of the day today?
Yes,
We're gonna
you will. Yes, you will.
Sorry, thanks.
So are we ready to move on to 14?
I'm moving on to 14. So proposal 14 is the Long Beach. Long Beach.
Project need is your only outlier.
So Raider 14 and Raider 11.
Raider 11 is not here.
Raider 14 is.
Is Raider 11 Stephanie?
Yes. Yes.
Any further comments? All right, moving on, proposal 15. Proposal 15 is the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office.
And we have 4 outliers with project evaluation being 75% or greater between the high and the low.
All right, let's start with the evaluation. Raider 11, not here. Okay, so we can't even discuss that. Looking at budget, we have a 12 and a 5, Raider 8, Raider 13 at 12, Raider 18 at 5.
I'm number 18, and after rereading the proposal, I'd like to move up to 6. I'm still concerned about the $1 million going to the city attorney's office for staff, but clearly I overreacted to it.
So from a 5 to a 6?
5 to 7.
5 to a 7?
I just found the description of this a little blah.
Rater 10, I'd like to change my budget, score down to 8.
And based on something you saw in the proposal or?
Yeah, the budget allocation.
All right, any further comments, proposal 15? All right, moving on to proposal 16, the Los Angeles County Department of Health.
And for proposal 16, we have one discrepancy, one outlier, that's with budget rating factor number 6.
So Rater 4 is not here. I just had to say, I found it very impressive that this group actually did town halls in the county jail. So not only relied on the formerly incarcerated, but actually relied on the currently incarcerated in the jail to survey them about what's working, what's not working. I just thought that was incredibly smart.
Yeah.
I really like this proposal. I'm Rater 5, as you can see. I really liked it. The only thing I didn't like was that they mentioned they're only helping people with mild to moderate mental health disorders. And I'm not sure if, are they supposed to limit it to that?
I missed the
They
first part.
mentioned that they're only going to help people with mild to moderate mental health disorders.
I would just ask if they justified, if they had a justification for why they were focusing on that. I don't think it's necessarily wrong, but if they tell you why.
Is there a concern that you would want them to focus on the low chart?
I think they should just really want with the mental health disorders. So that's the only thing that kind of set me back. Besides that, I thought it was great.
Could be.
John, and then Thomas?
Yes, on this one, I'm rated 12, and I know that there's a consistency within myself that I'm happy about. But the budget, I gave it a 12 for 2 reasons. First of all, I like that they leveraged a lot of, I think like 50% of what they requested in addition to, and I also gave a priority to any proposal that included housing.
I did too.
Yeah.
Nonstop. Thomas?
Well, just to respond to Charity's question, and I'm not going to speak for them, but one reason could be is that those who have severe persistent mental illness, there are other programs in the county that are specifically geared for them. So maybe they were trying to focus on those that were
Tom,
maybe underserved.
I think they actually said that in their proposal.
Oh, did they say that?
They did. I had to go back through, I was looking for it. They actually referenced that there's existing funding for other things.
Right.
A little bit more out than other things, but.
I also was impressed that they specifically looked to include immigrants on their committee. So not just the formerly incarcerated and the currently incarcerated, but actually immigrants too. That was a great proposal. John, I'm going to match you in budget. It's Rater 1. I'll give it a perfect score of 12 also.
Oh, yeah, and the last thing too, because 91% of the funding is going to CBO, so I thought the budget was just outstanding.
Yeah, 91%. That was great. I'll move my project description from 9 to an 11. That's it for me. Thanks.
Rater 10, I really like this budget. I just thought it was well-rounded and one of the best I've seen, and I want that to reflect on the budget also. So I would also make my budget a 12.
Any further comments? All right, moving on to proposal 17, the Los Angeles Mayor's Office, proposal 17.
So with proposal 17, we have 4 outliers, rating factors 3, project description, rating factor 4, rating factor 5 and 6.
So Rater 14,
As me.
perfect score. Sammy, would love for you to talk about any of those categories. And then as for the outliers, rater 16, Thomas.
Yeah, we're on project description.
We're on any of the ones you want to talk about, project description, valuation, guiding principles, and budget.
Oh, well, I just had 2 outliers on project description and guiding principles. I scored them low on the project description because mainly really low that they didn't have a plan to minimize startup time. They did not attach a letter of agreement for other local government agencies.
Oh, yeah.
And
Forgot about that.
they didn't explain how the project would contribute to systems change. Otherwise, those were the really low ones for me. Otherwise, I just didn't think that the project description overall was really strong. The service delivery approach was, I didn't think described very clearly. I mean, I was not impressed with their project description. And I tended to be pretty generous on that for most
as a.
Grader 8 would like to reduce his community engagement from
And next meeting, based on the discussion or what you
Yes.
saw? 12 to 9?
And based on my notes that I'm looking at, and there's no involvement for previously incarcerated.
Where a lot of these services are going to take place, was really strong. And the fact that they had multiple focus groups with system impacted youth, even one in the juvenile hall. And even a focus group in Chowchilla prison. And training youth to be the community leaders. I just thought overall, I mean, I have a long list of just great stuff. So overall, I'm actually going to go up in my scores. Actually, let me listen to other folks. I'd love to hear from some of the high scores and some of the lower scores before I make any decision.
John and Jerry.
I'm one of I'm one of the 12s in the budget. And I just want to comment that the reason I'm a 12 in the budget area, I know there's a 4, and I would like to hear from the person who is a 4. But this was one of the proposals that, and I was actually, it's funny because of the handful of outliers that I am, I tended to be low on budget, and this was the high budget I had on the outlier scale. So it was of particular interest to me, but it was the number of people from, that they leveraged the law enforcement partner components, and they invested all those salary and money and service like in the nonprofit partners, which was something I paid particular attention to, was making sure that we weren't simply funding law enforcement positions, whether they were probation or DAs or whatever. I understand the need for those things, but I didn't want to just build out a law enforcement division. And for a county of this size and in this proposal to do so much leveraging of those positions and dedicating time from those existing staff positions to make this proposal work. I actually, when I first saw I was an outlier, I was kind of wondering whether I was overly enthusiastic because I was a 12, but I'm actually pretty comfortable still. But I would like to hear in particular on the budget, the rater who gave it a 4, just why they gave it a 4.
So I'm rater 5, I'm the low score. So overall this, I think for some of the reasons, the things Scott liked, I didn't like the fact that they didn't have any existing community-based organizations, and I'm pretty skeptical when it comes to people who aren't already doing it, coming in and actually doing a good job. And if they decided to, create a community-based organization, and we're planning on utilizing a lot of the funds to provide direct services, but instead they're using a lot of the majority of the money to train people or to hire, folks to, conduct oversight of the grant. And so I have a big problem with a lot of the money is just being used for contract management or, to train people on how to, treat the population they're going to work with. And I think a lot of that needs to already be in place for this type of funding, because people being released have immediate needs. And if we're not in a position to address their needs right away, we're going to spend 3 years training people and, managing the contract. And I just have a big problem with that. And so.
This was one of the better ones for me. It felt authentic and it felt novel. And I was really impressed with their overall approach, and it seemed like there's a lot of promise there. Sure.
So I did score high on some of the parts of this application, but did I miss something? I didn't see the attachment of the membership, the local.
You're right.
I was gonna say.
You're right.
That's one where you either got a 12 or a 0.
Right.
And so I had to give them a 0 on that, and that's one of the reasons I scored so low on the community engagement. They also didn't notice anything about how their meetings were open to the public or sufficiently noticed. I thought the community engagement piece was not very good.
I had the exact same things, Tom.
John.
For me, the thing that stood out about this proposal under the project evaluation, which is why I gave it the highest, 11 out of all the ones I scored. I think this is the only proposal I saw in terms of the dissemination of evaluation that actually included the people in telling their story. Like when you talk about data, it's one thing to have another entity capture that, but this last line, including training and coaching for system-involved youth and speaking out powerfully and telling their story. To me, that just grabbed my attention in a way to where I just wanted to speak out on that one.
Batters?
So I appreciate Tom's comment, but I actually want to point out in this application, I had the initial reaction you did, Tom. I actually think while they didn't do a separate D, they actually did attach the roster. If you look at it in the application, at the end of the budget, you'll see a letter that is from the Merced County Probation Department. If you read it, it says signed by the lead public agency, and then below it, it says local advisory committee signatures, and that to me is the membership.
Okay, but see, that's a separate line item about the letters.
Oh, they didn't put it in D.
They didn't put it in D, but they listed everybody and signed as members of the committee, so I counted them as having.
You counted that as the
I
roster.
counted it as the roster, they listed themselves as the roster in the letter. So they're all signed as local advisory committee member signature. And that, even though it's not that sheet that has them nicely, as we see in all the other ones, I noticed it missing too. I went back looking for it and I interpreted this, and we did not have a requirement that they use the form. So I gave them the score for it. So I understand other people gave them 0s, and I originally had a 0. When I read it through to check, I checked all my 0s, I found that, and I gave them back points.
Where is that, John?
That's pages 26 through 31, I think, of their document. If you look at it, they sign, all of them sign as the local advisory committee members, each individually.
Right.
And all the other letters, they're signed as sheriff so-and-so, DA so-and-so, whatever. They sign as members of
as the local
as the committee.
Well, in that case, I'm willing to change my score on the community engagement from 5 to 8.
But all of them did that. All of them have that in addition to the roster. That's just a lazy way of them not having to each do their own letter of agreement.
You're right that they all had to do the letter, but not all of them who signed the letter are the roster members. Some of them are just the applicant groups. They all happen to be the same, is what I
as the
LAC itself. So I scored them as having completed both requirements with the one document. That's just me. That's my preference of it.
So 5 to 8 on that one for 16?
Yeah, 5 to 8. I'll accept that. I just was,
I will change mine then to, I'll go from a 6 to a 7. Pardon me, I'm grader number 7.
Number 7?
Yeah, I think that's pretty
6 to a 7?
Yeah, 'cause I didn't give everyone 12s for a touch, I gave 9s.
That's probably right.
I did 10, if they've done the calligraphy, I might have given.
I think Richard has a comment, and then Sammy,
And then Mark.
and then Mark.
Listen to everybody and reading their narrative, impressed with however I scored, the school number lower I scored, because they had no housing. And I thought that was one of the indicators at the very end that we're gonna rate against, is are they gonna have housing? And this one does not have any.
Were these juveniles though?
What, that was my question. I guess that was
Yeah,
my
I got
question,
confused about
the
that
difference
too.
between services offered to young people, right? Transitional age youth and school age youth
Right,
versus adults that are in reentry mode, right?
right.
I was struggling with that. I did rate them higher and I actually well, that's number one, a point of clarification. I had the same idea because
Yeah.
housing's not, I don't know if it's gonna be as high of a need for young folk, right? I did see in here that they mentioned actually name people. Like Robert Castle was named in this grant, right, proposal. And knowing programs, right? Evidence-based programs, but I know evidence-based people. And knowing evidence-based people, right, to deliver services was high. I think I rated it higher because I know this person actually embodies the principles
Right.
of this project, and knowing Merced, unlike Scott and some of the other committee members, knowing that they have very few services offered in that county, I think I was looking at it from that prism. That being said, though, I wouldn't mind changing mine because of the conversation as well have been swayed. I wouldn't mind changing my 12s to 10s again, knowing that it's not perfect based on some of the comments I received, but I still feel like it ranked a little bit higher given my knowledge of the aforementioned.
So Sam, I want to interject again. So we did this earlier. We got to just make sure that we're clear. So it does not matter for the purpose of this exercise how well we know individuals, be it formally or informally. Like, if anything at all, that should certainly not have any
Right.
bearing. So if you want to clarify what you said.
Let me clarify this, that this gentleman has conducted trainings up and down the state and has not only lived experience, but a special kind of repertoire of skills that I think would bring, because we've contracted with the same individual in the past, not that he's benefiting or not, I'm gonna be very honest about it. People that work in these types of programs, Holy Noble and culturally rooted practices, know who this person is and respect his trainings, right? So because of that, because I know the quality, the caliber of trainings that he offers and the type of individual that he is, I rated it higher, I think, as a result. It's like somebody rating a program or a trainer in the same respect. I hold the individual in high esteem, and he was mentioned in here by name as somebody that is gonna be offering some trainings to this particular group. And I think they're spot on for contracting with that individual. And I'm familiar with, obviously, the program that they're using. Holy Noble is very well known in California.
So Mark, Gailey, and then Charity?
Is that okay? That my explanation just justifiable? Okay.
Rater 9 for the community engagement.
Just a second. So based on your.
Yes, based on the
you want all
conversation, so
12s
I'm
to go
fine
to
with
10?
moving it down to 10. Yeah.
All of your 12s?
Yes. They actually.
Mark?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sure, Rater 9. My community engagement score was influenced similar to Tom and Shelley by the lack of that roster. So given the news that John Bowder shared and reviewing it myself, I'd like to do my 5 to a 7.
To a 7?
I'd like to do the same, Rater 17.
From a 5 to a 7?
Yes.
This is Scott, Rater 1. I'm going to change the majority of my scores, I think. First, I'm going to change my community engagement from what I heard from John about the rating form from an 8 to a 10. I'm then going to change the project description again because of what I heard from John Bowders to an 11. Match his score. Project evaluation. I really liked what I heard from John J. So I'm gonna change that to an 11. And the budget, I was really impressed with what John Bowder said about leveraging the law enforcement resources and really creating community buy-in here. So I think I'm going to change my budget to a 12 as well. Thank you.
Michelle,
I still
did I
have
capture
We
any
have-
changes you need?
We have
to make?
Charity Chandler here. Wait.
So I wanted to comment a while back, I'm not sure who mentioned the housing. One of the rating factor scores does talk about leveraging housing, and so we can't exclude that because they're children. This proposal actually mentioned that 40% of the children live in poverty. Not having adequate housing is a part of them being impoverished. And if we have resources to help the parents have suitable housing, then the child will more than likely not be on the streets, wreaking havoc. The child more than likely will not end up in the system because they have a home to go to. So housing is extremely important, whether they're a minor or not. And if you did not leverage or utilize housing in your proposal because they're a minor, that is just mind blowing to me. Like these children need somewhere to live. They need housing. And if 40% of the population of children is specifically laid out in this application are impoverished, then how are we not considering them providing housing? How are we not looking at that as something that needs to be mentioned in project description? I just don't understand.
That's very compelling.
Would you change, on Radar 2, would you change my 9s to 10s, please? Thank you.
And I'm going to just, based on Charity's comments, this is Scott, project description, I'm just going to change my 11 to a 10. Thank you. Any other comments on proposal 22? All right. Let's move on to proposal 23, MODOC.
So for proposal 23, we have two outliers, project need and project evaluation, with project need being greater than 75%, between the low score of 1 and a high score of 10.
I was kind of in the middle on this one only because there's no diversion, and I found the housing information just less than what I wanted to know. They did mention sober living beds, but I wanted to know a little more about their plan around housing. So my scores aren't awful, nor are they outliers, but they're just in the middle. Project need, Radar 5 gave it a 1, Radar 8 gave it a 10.
Yes, so I did not at all, I just could not understand what the need was here. They didn't talk about the disparities that exist. They didn't mention race at all, gender. I just didn't see who the hell they were planning on helping. And they talked a lot about what they were currently doing and not what they're planning to do as a result of these particular funds. So I just was completely lost as to what their need was, who their target population was. No data whatsoever to support their need. But if there's something I'm missing, I would love to point it out to me.
I agree with Charity. I didn't scroll them very high on this, but there wasn't really emphasis on the disparities, especially around, ethnic and that. But again, knowing some of these small rural counties in the north, I mean, in some ways, some of these criteria disadvantage them because they don't have, and I mean, they're very small counties with a predominantly white population. They just don't have a lot of disparity. They do in terms of maybe income, but not in terms of like racial or ethnic. So I was a little more sympathetic given that what they have, the population they have to deal with.
But there are other proposals that say we are predominantly Caucasian, and this is how, Prop 47 or they're being incarcerated has negatively affected them. I didn't dig anyone, for the most part, they were predominantly Caucasian, but if you were able to clearly articulate, we are predominantly Caucasian, we do have maybe 3% Hispanic, 4% Black, but this is how we plan to help these people who can recidivate, then you got.
That's a good point. I was kind of reading into it, yeah.
Because I don't know if their population, but I didn't know this county existed.
About 13,000.
Well, that's a very, very small, like the third smallest,
Yeah.
third smallest county population.
My response was similar to John's. I was troubled by the fact that there were 15 counties of our 58 that didn't participate at all. This is the smallest. This is the 56th by population county out in the middle of nowhere. They have very few resources. I doubt that they had the resources to put together an application like some of the other counties did. And so when you read the description of what's going on in Modoc County, I found it very compelling that they were trying to take care of their population of 8,000. I can't disagree with any of the comments that were just made that were critical of the proposal. I think they were doing the best they can with the limited resources they have. And if you look at their description of the unavailability of mammograms in the county to women residents, they travel 100 to 180 miles for specialty care. Psychotropic medications are described by telemedicine. I mean, it was really a pathetic situation, and it seemed to me that the Director of Social Services, I was impressed by the fact that 2 Superior Court judges were actively involved in this proposal. So the court, unlike many of the counties, is involved, as well as the other public officials. That's why I graded it as high as I did. I wanted to see some of these outlying counties benefit from Prop 47.
And they do have 2 Indian health clinics. Did you notice that?
Yes.
This is a tough one.
All right,
Scott.
John, sorry about that, but
Thank you. For me, I just quickly want to rate a 12. On project evaluation, I gave it 11 because I think it's the only proposal I saw that was, I call it just really bold and audacious to say that they want to see 80% of folks not surveyed, not test positive for illegal drugs. And I also want to connect that with being very subjective to the rating criteria, because the way we had it bulleted out, I didn't want to go in with assumptions. I didn't want to assume these people are lying. What I want to do is just take them at their word. So if these folks, and primarily these are law enforcement, so if they're stating that goal, or to me, what I read from this is they're saying this is what we want to be held accountable to. That's how I read it. The deliverables. Yeah, because they want to evaluate whether or not the program is successful. So if they're stating that within a year's time, we're going to see 80% of program adults will not commit a criminal offense, I thought that was admirable.
It's unrealistic to me.
Yeah, but that, what I'm
Without a
saying
message to
is.
get there. You know, I mean, I love it. I'd love to see 100%.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You know,
saying.
it just, to me, it just seemed loosey-goosey, right?
They set.
But I hear you.
know what I mean? I'm just saying, they
I
set
hear
that
you.
standard for themselves, so.
Go ahead, Mark.
So rater 9, just on the project evaluation, John Jones, I think the 80% seemed very unrealistic. No real plan for how you're gonna get there. And so although aspirational, and I'm realizing that I probably was a lot harder in this category in general, looking for good process outcomes, or process measures, good outcomes, and a real plan of action to get there. And I just saw that was missing in this proposal. And to then just have 380% goals seemed like potentially you were just putting out there. I want to respect the fact that it's a small county and a lot needs to go into an effective evaluation plan. But I think just on its own merits, that's why I gave it 4 as opposed to something a lot higher on project evaluation.
Rater 10, I'd like to reduce my project evaluation from an 8 to a 5 for all the same reasons. And I think they stated that their target population is all eligible clients who've been arrested, charged, or convicted with a criminal offense and have history of criminal, I mean, basically everybody. And to reduce that by 80% when they can't even cite the diversity, is disingenuous.
all right. Any other comments on proposal 23? We'll move to proposal 24, Monterey.
So for proposal 24, there are two outliers, rating factor 5 and rating factor 6.
On the budget, I'm the outlier. The thing that I was concerned about, the major thing on this one was that they're looking for $680,000 to fund public defenders to do the reclassification of Prop 47 clients. Petition process is what I've read that to be, and I don't think that
other things that criminal records are barriers to. So in my personal experience as a legal aid attorney, I probably represented over 2,500 people with criminal records. And I found that when you eliminate a criminal record, the timeline it takes to get into housing decreases by as much as 18 months. The opportunity to get a job changes dramatically. And so while I did hear the amount of money that you're speaking to, and I'm going to think about it in the next 60 seconds that I get to do that. I just want to call out that even if you're happy at fair at 5, I actually think it is a very powerful investment, because an investment in legal services for this particular population, especially with the backlog, will do a lot to help the mental health and the site-based services that they're providing, detox services. Somebody who can get a expungement while they're in that facility or in that process can then exit out of detox to housing faster. So I actually I'm Reader 3. I really loved this proposal because to me it did the most, not the most, it was one of my 3 really favorite proposals in the way it interwove a number of the services together with a finite amount of resources. But I appreciate the question about the amount of money. I just think that legal services do so much for people beyond just removing records. I know it's written that way. I just don't think it's limited to that.
It's funny. I remember reading this and like right away having a knee-jerk reaction of like they didn't include that it wasn't Salinas, and it was like some part of the county I don't really know. And I was so dubious and skeptical of this proposal. And as I read it, it's just like I bought in more and I bought in more, and it was I found it to be so strong with really strong sounding providers. It blew me away. So I'm going to raise my evaluation score, Rater 1, to a 9, and I'm going to raise my description, project description, to a 10.
Is there any participation by formerly incarcerated in the proposal?
That's a good question. I don't know. I didn't write it down.
There is,
Yeah.
like one person on there.
One person.
Are they the only ones that actually submitted a picture with their meetings? I thought that was pretty interesting. I know, again, that, I don't know that they spelled out formerly incarcerated in their proposal, which
System evolved.
I think
They
it's
said they were
attenuated,
recipients,
right?
was the word that was used, but it wasn't clear if they were from.
And I think related to that, just going back to John's point about, I think it was John's point about the budget. It seemed like a large line share of the money was gonna be going back to CBOs, right? Like a significant amount of that money was gonna go directly to the community-based organizations to provide services. I thought they did a real good job of detailing their restorative practices. And really just a holistic plan for these folks, it seemed like to me. And as a result, I would actually like to raise my scores on community engagement to 10, and project description to a 10, and guiding principles to a 10, please.
Actually, no, they didn't have it on the, they didn't have it on
This is Raider 10. I just wanted to comment on Ron's comments because, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Where I saw that the only diversionary program was adjusting Prop 47, on one hand, I'm like, that's all you're doing, basically. I wasn't impressed, especially with considering that I feel like there should have already been an investment in these things. But when that was coupled or even just added with a variety or a range of other legal services, then I didn't take it the same way. In the same way, if there was a variety of housing options, both long-term and short-term, I looked at that positively, but when I saw that their only housing options were sober living homes, I looked at it differently. And so for me, I mean, there will be a proposal where their only service is Prop 47 expungements, and I will have rated them differently. So for this one, I just feel like I do get what you're saying. If that's the only
Yeah,
thing they're
and
doing.
maybe it's because, I oversee it in our county, and we made that an absolute priority to, as fast as we could, is to get these expungements and these reclassifications done. And I guess my question is, if Monterey doesn't get, they obviously haven't prioritized it, and if they don't get a grant, does that mean that the formerly incarcerated or whatever in Monterey will not get their reclassifications done? And that's my concern, is for, I believe, counties or cities should have already prioritized that, and should, 2 years into this, everybody that has requested it has essentially been approved already in our county. So that's why I'm concerned about the prioritization.
So I was the outlier on guiding principles, and again, this was the category that I tended to be probably the hardest on, but just reading it again, I mean, the reason I scored it low was, I thought, vague, a lot of bureaucratic speak, and they didn't at all address really the issue. They didn't very well address how this was going to provide services for emphasizing racial and ethnic disparities in the service delivery. And also, they didn't say anything about how this would, improve the lives or change the lives of participants. So I tended to grade them pretty low on that.
Ron, your point on the expungements, to what criteria did that affect your score?
It's on the budget.
On the budget.
Right. And that's my low score.
All right, and I felt Ron's point was very compelling. I'll take my budget from 8 to 7.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that?
Yeah.
Where in the budget are you seeing 600,000? Because when I look at the table, it says CRLA will provide legal services regarding reinstating driving privileges, housing, fair employment, and labor protection, $150,000 over 3 years.
I had in my notes 680,000 for public defender.
It's under professional services,
So it's not, okay, let me continue.
because it's a contract with another agency.
Oh, there it is, professional services.
Yeah, so they're hiring a public defender, one attorney for 3 years. That's 680,000. And again, I don't have a problem if it was just for the mental ill and for the substance abuse, but they didn't delineate that. They said they were going to work on their backlog of 4,000 cases that needed to be reclassified.
So any further comments on proposal 24?
I will change my score actually in light of that. That is a large amount of money. I only want to go from 11. You're on my square. I only want to go from 11 to I think I'll go to a good 9. That is a lot of money for one.
Javier?
Number 17, project evaluation based on the discussion, I want to change 7 to 9.
Any other further comments? Moving on to proposal 25, Napa County.
Can I also ask another question as we move on? How important is it for them to identify the CBOs? I think in some of them, they don't identify them. Those that were more specific in terms of the awards that are going to be given to the community-based organizations, am I right in saying that those are ranked higher?
I think there's some counties that aren't allowed to name a community-based organization until they do an RFP. Like it's illegal for them to do that.
Right.
But if they at least name what they expect that community-based organization to do and outline, we haven't identified them yet, but we know we want X, X, and X to do specific services, then you will rank higher. If they say they just want to do an RFP and, call for community-based organizations with no guidance on what services they want them to offer, then.
Got it.
Well done.
Well done, Jerry. All right, 25, Napa County.
We have one outlier, community engagement.
Look at that, I'm the low in every category except for the outlier. So I don't have to speak.
What do you got against Napa County?
Stephanie is not here.
She's not.
Any comments on proposal 25? All right, let's take our break.
Wait, John's got a question.
How long? John Jones.
Yes, I'd like to make a request, in line of members of the public. Is it possible as we reconvene to open it up at this point?
I'm gonna talk to staff, but we're definitely gonna do another public comment.
Okay.
Definitely. Moving on. Your 5-minute break is over. And we're moving on to proposal 26, Nevada County. Tony. Proposal 26, Nevada. Baywatch, actually. '26 Nevada County.
So for proposal 26, we have 3 outliers. 2 of those outliers are 75% or greater.
What does that mean?
That means like hugely different. I mean, a 1 and a 12, like egregiously opposite. So Raider 5 gave it a 1, and Raider 13 gave it a 12. So we'd love to hear from both Raider 5 and Raider 13 if you're willing.
Well, I have in my notes here, I could be scanned through, but I have that it does not address the population to serve. I have ethnicity, gender, nothing, nada. So let me read through the proposal again. No system involves participation, that's community engagement. But I don't think they properly address the need to serve.
I think I'm going reading through on number 12, some project need. I may have put a score and project need based on project description because I was impressed with that they're going to use law enforcement and train law enforcement in recognizing mental disorders. So I scored them high because they can't always hire new people and hire new staff to engage, but we always know law enforcement is going to be the first to engage. So I think that's why. But going along with the rest of the group, it looks like I put some of the emphasis on that description into project needs. So I go ahead and the need, drop that down to a 10.
And again, you're changing your 12 to a 10 based on,
Yeah, I still don't see it.
I'll be arguing with the person.
I still don't see it, so.
All right, and then in guiding principles, Raider 13 at an 11, Raider 16 at a 2.
That's me. Well, here again, I just thought I'm looking for here. But I gave them a 0 on a couple of things. I thought that they just did, and their guiding principles did not cover any of the bases here, right? How they would change the lives of participants, how those most impacted would receive services. I thought their guiding principles were weak.
Would anyone want to speak on community engagement, either Raider 5, Raider 11, or Raider 13? 11's not here, so same folks. Any further comments on proposal 26?
They just didn't have any system involved people at all in their proposal or on their roster, so I did you very harshly if you didn't include system involved.
No focus groups, no nothing?
You can say you did a focus group while you want, but I don't think focus roster now.
Yeah. All right, I will, Raider 1, I'll bring community engagement down to 5 and guiding principles down to 4.
Yeah, 13, community engagement down to a 7. And then drop my guiding principles and budget both to a 9.
All right, any further comments?
Reduce community engagement to 5. No reference to previously incarcerated persons.
Judge, did you want guiding principles or community engagement?
Which did I do?
Community engagement.
Community engagement.
Okay. Any further comments? All right, moving on to proposal 27, Orange County.
So for proposal 27, we have 3 outliers, with 1 outlier being greater than 75%, that's the budget.
So let's start with the budget, Radar 9 and Radar 13.
So I'm rating 9, I give it a 3. This was a big dollar amount into the community, and I thought the budget didn't explain not just who would get the money, but what it was really going for. And again, a theme that I picked up on throughout a lot of the budgets when they had a huge amount. So impressive, the amount of money that was going to CBOs or out into the community, but with no description, given that some counties can't do the RFP in advance, can't name the group that's receiving it, at least as Charity eloquently said, you should be able to articulate what you expect out of those funds. And this is one I thought did overall poor job on that end, so it impacted the budget score quite a bit.
Yes, John Bowders and then Javier.
I just wanted to ask if Mark would be willing to just talk a little further about what specifically was missing. This is the category, I've heard other people say this is the category I paid most attention to, just nature of my work maybe, but I guess I just would, before I comment further, I'd just like to hear more about that.
So $4.2 million. Let me make sure I'm in the right. Yeah. $4.2 million are designated to go to this, and I feel like we get a very small amount of text, the narrative detail, without a lot of specifics. We see things that don't necessarily cost all that significant amount of money in terms of a van driver and leasing of a van for transportation and taxi vouchers. It says dedicated to providing housing to the target population, but no clear plan
No
of
description.
how that's going to happen. And again, I think our backgrounds matter. So understanding what it takes to actually put together a housing program and to have no detail here worries me that maybe there's not the community infrastructure, the leadership around it, and to be able to bring it to scale that quickly with no description concerns me. And the notion of flex funding to accommodate housing, to me, that's just a big grab bag of funding that's unclear on how it will be used. So again, 70% of a $6 million proposal going into the community. And again, there were others that put almost no text. So they didn't get a 0 here in my mind, they got a 3, but it was pretty inadequate in terms of its level of description with so much funding going out.
Javier.
What stood out for me in this proposal is who they include in the community.
Excuse me, Tom, could you give Javier the mic? Thank you.
And even the term in-reach, jail in-reach work is one that I don't think I'd ever heard before. But the fact that they are working with the incarcerated population through mental health to before they are released was impressive to me.
I had the same trouble that Mark had. The fact that they say they're gonna do housing, but there's no description of what they're gonna do. And they've chosen to do no diversion in a county that has this type of need. No diversion with a district attorney that's being investigated by the FBI. I just find it fairly inadequate in all the areas that matter to me, including formerly incarcerated folks in the decision-making process, having a robust housing strategy, and including diversion. So I think that's why you see my scores being fairly weak. And in fact, I found Mark's point very compelling on budget, so I'm going to reduce my 6 to a 3.
Mr. Chair. Yes. So I'm reflecting on the comments Mark made. You know, I had commented with staff offline while I was reading these that a proposal, which I will remain anonymous, that I previously reviewed, that an apt comment was, it seemed to be missing some descriptive pieces. I happen to know a little bit about the applicant and some of the details of that application, and was struggled with, can I use information I know that's not in this proposal? Because I think if that information was there, people may have scored it lower personally, but I was told no. And I'm wondering if I made a correction here. I'm very familiar with Orange County's work on housing, actually, having worked with them in the past. And although Orange County doesn't have a very good reputation on homelessness issues locally, they actually have some phenomenal people in their housing community development department. And in reading the project description again here after listening to Mark, I mean, they do talk about immediately implementing and using housing navigators to provide a number of services. Most immediate shelter, they're talking about a housing first approach to sheltering people, the things that you need to do. I appreciate that it's a lot of money and it's not clear what it will do, and I guess I'm just struggling with the fact that they need to go out for RFP to have that contract filled, with the fact that they're talking about everything from shelter beds to faith-based housing to board and care facilities and transportation. But I think the point is fair that if you're going to ask for that much money, you should have a little, not just to fill up to a $6 million threshold, you should have a little more clarity as to what you're doing. So I'm gonna take my budget on this one. I'm gonna take it to an 8. You're right where I'm at there. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Mark?
Can I just make a comment on this? Correct me if I'm wrong, was there a page limit to the budget narrative? What was it? It was a 6 page. So I felt like some of the applicants didn't use that page limit very well. And when you're putting 70% of your money out and you spend 2 paragraphs amounting to a third to a half a page in this case, and in other cases, it doesn't add up to me. So even if it was, and you can see my scores at least on this, and I think it's consistent, I took the budget narrative as the budget narrative. And if it drew out of the project description, which many should have made that strong connection, but if they failed to bring it up in the budget narrative, I feel like literally that's where you put your money where your mouth is. And in some of the proposals, it didn't quite add up, and this is one of them. So although I was impressed to a level that some of the other proposals didn't give me on some of the project description with this project, I thought that the fall off on budget was an important thing that distinguished the scores in those relative areas. So I tried to tie back project description to budget, but it had to add up pretty well, and this is a case where it did.
Any other outliers want to discuss anything?
Yeah. On my budget, I'll go from a 10. I'm gonna go from a 12 to a 10, but I agree with John. I mean, they have to put an RFP. It would have been nice if they described what they're looking for from community-based organizations, but going to an RFP does kind of limit them on some of the description. But they showed earlier in there that they're going to be working with the ESG program, which is a solutions grant through the continuing care. So they have quite a bit of housing involved. I just wish you would have described it a little better.
I just want to add, rate them pretty high, and I do want to see that you plan to align with organizations that are going to provide a specific service. And I felt that this proposal did mention that they're going to align with the CBO that's going to provide housing, and the fact that they wanted to invest so much money in housing, you know, I really appreciated that, and I like that. And even though the details may not have been there, knowing that a lot of the funding is going to direct services as opposed to staffing, that means a lot to me. So that's why they rate, you know, very high for me. So when we look at these, we definitely want to look at what's in the proposal, but we want to also focus on what's more important, you know, us being extremely detailed as to how we're going to train our staff, or us being extremely detailed as how we're going to provide housing. And if I had to pick one, if I see a lot of the funding going towards housing as opposed to staffing of full-time police officer or probation officer, then I'm going to go with, you know, housing all day.
All right, based on Charity's comments, I'll raise my description from a 6 to a 7. I just wanted to make Mark an outlier in that one too, which I just did.
Don't say that, Scott.
Just kidding.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, proposal 28.
Okay, so for proposal
Oh,
28,
Lord.
every rating factor is an outline of the county.
Oh, I'm sorry. Proposal 28 is the Santa Ana Unified School District.
Thank you.
And there's an outliner in every category.
And you have 3 of them with the high, I'm sorry, you have 3 of them that are 75% or greater between the low and the high.
So Raider 11, who scored at the poorest, is not here today, so we can't discuss rating. We can't discuss project need. We can't discuss project description, at least with her. But let's maybe start with guiding principles, where Raider 16 gave it the lowest and Raider 10 gave it the highest.
Start with 10, I'll be there to help get this money.
Frankie?
Sure. I don't remember specifics about this one, but I would imagine just looking at it, being a youth advocate, I'm very sympathetic towards helping young people as a measure of diversion. But I don't have anything specific right now.
I have one question, and maybe I don't remember this well. It was called RISE, and they mentioned prevention and diversion. But the 2 entities that are most important in the diversion piece that have to agree would be the police and the courts, that are not included in this proposal at all. So if they say they're doing diversion, but the police and the courts aren't involved at all, how are they going to do that?
Do the courts have to be involved for diversion to happen?
No.
Only after pre-filing.
Yeah.
Post
At
filing.
the end.
I was gonna say, I understood juvenile diversion could involve non-judicial process, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But this was one that I'm 16 on the guiding principles. I just felt that they were parroting back the language that was in the criteria. We're going to support the necessary collaboration and coordination of services with external community partners. We're collectively committed to making a change in the lives of our students. This funding will support the expansion of this critical work within our community. I mean, all just basically, they're just taking these criteria and saying, we're going to do this without really talking about how they didn't have a strong, it says that they're supposed to have a strong plan for ensuring that individuals most impacted with an emphasis on racial and ethnic disparities, receive the proposed services. I did not see anything that came close to a strong plan in this proposal. It just seemed like they were just saying, here's the criteria, we're going to do that.
Raider 5 is, if we look at community engagement, Raider 5 rated at the lowest with a 4, and Raider 14 rated as the highest with an 11. Would Raider 4, Raider 11 like to give any feedback on community engagement?
I didn't see any evidence of system involved people being incorporated in the process.
Yeah, just that the CBOs have experience with the population, that's all they said, but not, yeah.
So this is Raider 10. On review, on the guiding principles, I would agree that there's not a whole lot of substance. I would reduce that to an 8.
On community engagement, Raider 14, any feedback?
Again, this is one of those ones that's working with young people. So it's looked at from a different lens for me anyway. I think that I like the idea that they mentioned the parents as well, not just the young people, but they talk about referring parents to services, which I think that dual track is super important.
Yeah.
But I do see that they didn't necessarily explicitly call out the young folks. I did like the partnership. I like the different partnership that's resilience. They mentioned a few of the ones. Of the partners, Project Kinship, I think they have the right partnerships in place, and perhaps that's why I scored them higher. But you're right, I don't think they expressed who and how they engage the young people themselves in this design. And for that, I would be, I'd be okay with changing my score, reducing it from an 11 to a 9.
All right, any more feedback on proposal 28? All right, moving to proposal 29, Placer County.
So for proposal 29, there are no outliers.
I did like the fact that they did focus groups in the juvenile halls and reported back what they found out. All right, any? Come on, you know that Judge Eskin's 8.
Okay,
Everyone knows that.
Sorry.
Kindest man at the table. All right, any further comments on proposal 29? Moving on, proposal 30. And proposal 30 is Plumas.
So for proposal 30, there are 5 outliers with rating factor number 4, project evaluation being greater than 75%.
I just didn't see.
Well, that rating's not here.
By the way, Judge Eskin must have hated this proposal. He gave one category an 8.
I love you, Judge, don't worry.
All right, any comments? Should we look at project evaluation real quick? Raider 11, who's not here, gave it a 0. So I guess any other really low scores? Leticia, Raider 10. If no comments, we can move on.
I do have a note here that
A Raider 9 in evaluation, I didn't see that.
I do have a note here that there wasn't any data on people with mental health issues in this particular proposal. That means anything.
All right, any further comments? Okay, let's move on to proposal 31, Riverside University Health. Behavioral health.
So for proposal 31, there's only one outlier, and that's for budget.
Would anyone want to discuss proposal 31? All right,
Do you-
okay. Mark?
I feel compelled to defend my budget a bit. I mean, it's a similar theme to the Orange County. I thought it was lots of money into the community, which is great and fantastic, but not as well articulated and connected as I would like. There wasn't really great detail on the contract plan, which services, how they interact together, how much for housing. I was happy to see that they actually put their finger on a number of people served, which some other applicants didn't. But I thought generally the same thing as I did in the Orange County.
I'd like to raise looking at my notes, I'd like to raise my community engagement score from an 8 to a 10. Any further comments on proposal 31? Moving on to proposal 32, Sacramento.
So for proposal 32, there are 3 outliers: project need, community engagement, and guiding principles.
Who is this? What?
This is Sacramento. I really did not love this proposal. I think there was zero diversion, almost no community-based services, very little community-based services. They were raising mental health court capacity. This proposal was from 70 to 140, so basically 70 more people. It was 85,000 per participant, it looked like. There were no specific housing guarantees.
There was minimal involvement of community members.
In the process, yeah.
A lot of money going to public defenders and probation. I do want to know, can I just note, I had a big problem with this proposal because they mentioned that they were not going to allow shot callers or active gang members to participate in the program, which I think is just absurd. I think if we have the ability to change and influence people, that those are the people you want to help first, because they have legitimacy and respect in their community, and they have what we call a license to operate. That's like a terminology used, I think in grid, but it really bothered me that they don't want to help people who have the power to actually help influence people. So that I actually may want to change my score as a result of that for project description maybe and guiding principles. Let's change project description to a 7 and guiding principles to a 4. And also I want to change my budget to a 7 because they do spend a lot of money, $450,000 to be exact, on a probation officer and public defender. And I have a big problem if we're using funds to fund full-time police officers and probation officers, people that already have contact with this population. We want to kind of get them away from the norm because they don't necessarily respect these people, whether they're good or bad, good or not. We want to make sure that they're in environments that they're comfortable with. And if we're funding people that they don't trust to administer a lot of these services, that's just not, it's not going to have the best outcomes because folks may be disinclined to actually participate. They have to see a PO or a police officer.
But Charity, just to be clear, so you use that same standard
Across the board. I'm surprised that it rated that high, actually. I think because they were able to clearly, indeed, they were able to write out, how they were going to use it or what their description was. But when you look at the guiding principles and making sure that it has the air of, what we want to see, we do want to make sure that they're actually helping the people that could not only need the help, but also could, influence it and continue how we have an overarching policy and how we're going to influence other people. Sometimes we can help to influence other people through the actual people that we're helping, and that's, which is wrong for them to exclude those individuals.
It would be also great to hear from Raider 10 and Raider 13.
Raider 10 here. I didn't particularly, I wasn't impressed by the community engagement overall. I also had an issue with the program's exclusionary factors. I thought they were too wide and unjustifiable, especially with DUI. And this number 7 catch-all, notwithstanding the above, which is very extensive. Any participant may be allowed in the program at the discretion of the DA, which I don't feel like it's appropriate to have a DA be the gatekeeper when, and I could see, at least in my mind, part of the problem is the DA sometimes.
Based upon these comments, I completely missed the mark, and Raider 8 would like to have his project need reduced from 12 to 7, his community engagement reduced from 8 to 7, the budget reduced from 11 to 7. I don't think giving $6 million to expand the mental health court is justified.
And Raider 13, I'll do project need down to 9 and budget also down to 8. The other ones, I just have to disagree. I thought it was well written, so maybe I read more into it than the rest of the group.
So guiding principles can't be 12 if you don't agree with the rest.
Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry.
Guiding principles, I mean, it doesn't add up if guiding principles is 12 if we don't agree with we score the rest of the categories low.
I'm not scoring real low.
I mean, lower, because
Yeah.
guiding principles are 12, if we get, head on with the guiding principles, and that means the rest of the categories should be higher, so, just my recommendation, probably.
I'd like to look at Raider 1 scores. I'd like to take project description down to a 5, guiding principles to a 4, and budget to a 5. Thank you.
Can we go to 7? I want to drop community engagement. This was an early one that I read. So community engagement, I want to drop to a 6. Part of the reason is the excluding people from the target population. Also description, I was also concerned that neither the public defender nor the courts were represented on the advisory committee, but there was other representation on there. So can we drop my description also to a 6?
Any other feedback?
Yeah, Raider 14 would like to drop as well. The project need to a 7 and the budget to a 6, please. Thank you.
Yeah, on 13, go my guiding principles, drop that back down to 8. That's all I can say about that.
Anyone else? Any comments? All right, let's move on to proposal 33. San Benito. Health and Human Services.
So for proposal 33, we have 4 outliers. They're with project need, community engagement, project description, and guiding principles.
So it does seem like we have Raider 11's missing, maybe project description. We can ask for Raider 2 and Raider 13.
Please note that Raider 8 is in the ballpark.
Nice
Raider.
job, George, all right.
Yeah.
This was the San Benito.
Any comments on this one? Going once? Going twice? Moving on, proposal 34, City of Rialto. This is a proposal for youth 14 to 17-year-old misdemeanants.
For this proposal, there are 3 outliers: project need, community engagement, and guiding principles.
Except they didn't talk a lot about disparities.
Anybody want to chime in? Number two? Yeah, I really like this project. I think it was the emphasis on youth and preventive stuff. I just think on the whole, I want to see more money go there. You know?
They had great data.
Yeah, I thought, I'm surprised that the overall score was much lower. Maybe I just was feeling good, too much coffee or something. It happens. But I really like the youth approach.
I would like to hear who had 4 on guiding principles, because that's where I'm an outlier on this, and
I have that. Again, I tended to be more critical perhaps on the guiding principles. I just felt like it was, again, they were just parroting what was in the criteria. It was a very short section. I mean, it was not even a half a page on guiding principles, program fidelity. I thought we didn't really talk about program fidelity. They just said that they were going to do weekly report of hours scheduled, spent in treatment, plan sharing, internal reporting and recommendations occurring quarterly, regular news briefings. I just think it didn't seem to me that they were addressing what were the principles. They didn't really say anything about disparities based on ethnic or racial. They value community partnerships, but I just thought it was very vague and not at all addressing specific considerations. And so that's why I gave them a lower score on that.
So can I ask, Tom, when you scored, did you limit your score to the section in the application where they provided the answers? Because it sounds like you and I may just have a different score.
Yeah, I mean, no, I did try to go back and look at other areas, especially where the guiding principles section was very short. I was trying to go back and say, well, maybe they'd address this in other areas, but did you feel like they did?
I loved this proposal.
Yeah.
This is one of the 3 or 4 that I really liked, and I can see that a couple of Letitia and other people down on my side, I don't know who everyone is, but other people liked this proposal as well. And so I was just trying to, I'm looking at this and I see that on their last page, they ran out of space, right?
Yeah.
That's where that guiding principles is. And then Mark's earlier point, they smartly used the budget narrative space to do the budget. But I felt like, it's kind of funny, the program fidelity, they actually wrote about it. A lot of them didn't even talk about program fidelity ever.
Yeah.
A lot of people got really low scores on program fidelity for me in the subcategories. When I went back through and I read the detail on outcome measures and how they were going to evaluate this project and then all the interventions, maybe I am inferring, but to me, those spoke to the guiding principles. I don't know how others feel, who scored like I did. I'm sensing that my evaluation process, having inferred the membership committees out of the letters, where they're signed, just that maybe I gave people credit for doing it in the application, even if it didn't under the title, because I see that they use less than half a page to address this issue.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if that's how you scored, and so I'm okay then being 8 points away from you because I read it into all 15
Well, I'm
pages.
going back and looking at, I gave them a very high score on addressing trauma, for example, in the other section, and serving, how they addressed barriers to serving target populations. So I might have been a little too tough just based on the brevity of the guiding principles section. I see what you're saying. There are some other areas in the application where I think they did address some of those needs. I'm willing to change my number 16 from a 4 to a.
And the only thing I would point out is they didn't run out of space. They only went to page 14 and they had up to 20 pages for their narrative.
I thought it was 15 pages and then they.
Isn't it? Oh, was it 15?
It's 15.
I'll go from a 4 to a 6 on that because they did address some of those issues in other areas.
I think lead was 20 pages.
Okay.
Did they address restorative justice anywhere? zero.
I don't have a note on that.
I have a zero.
A lot of
Yeah.
I don't show that they do.
Yeah.
That's-
Do you remember which subcategory or which one that's under, Shelley?
That's under guiding principles, it's one of the little ones under guiding principles.
Page 14. I'm not really sure why I give them a total community engagement, because I don't think they really engaged with, them themselves. The whole idea of the community engagement is that the actual folks that are impacted by this intervention are engaged in the design, right? And because of that, I'd like to reduce my 12 to an 8, please. I think that's a really well-written proposal, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like
and they didn't have, the only thing I didn't like about this proposal was that they didn't have any system involved whatsoever
Exactly.
in this proposal, and they also don't leverage mention housing at all.
That's true. That's true.
So even though they got like a 6 in that category, for me, everything else kind of outweighed it to make it a higher project description.
May I ask a question regarding that again, because this is targeting young people?
You weren't here.
Oh, I did. I missed something good. I guess, okay.
I was mentioning, you were gone, but I was mentioning that in the last proposal, we were looking at 40% of the population was impoverished, and even though they're minors, we still have to remember that a lot of them are living in shelters or, have temporary living, and we still need to, consider housing as a component, and there's a specific line that references housing, and we need to weight that accordingly and make sure that these youth, they still need housing at the end of the day. So if we're providing, their parents with vouchers or, some type of financial assistance to help them stay off the streets, then we need to consider that.
Well, there is reference to housing stabilization assistance in the proposal.
Does it say housing or stabilization?
Housing stabilization assistance.
Under project needs?
So, our lunch is here, so I suggest we do one more and then take a break.
Okay.
So if you guys are willing, let's move on to proposal 35. San Bernardino, Department of Public Health.
So for proposal 35, there are 3 outliers: community engagement, guiding principles, and the budget.
Well, I'm the outlier on guiding principle. At least I'm consistent.
Yeah.
Go back into my notes here. Yeah, I thought they were, on their guiding principles, they just seem to reiterate some of the project description and how they were going to, strengthen providers, identify new stakeholders. I didn't see that really relating though to the principles that we were asked to evaluate them on. Basically, they just repeated what they were, some of what they were trying to do in the project. That's why I scored low.
And they have.
Well, once again, I was unduly influenced by the fact that the Department of Public Health, and this happened in some previous proposals with the Departments of Mental Health and Mental Wellness. The Department of Public Health is taking an active role in helping reentry of people who are coming out of they're not involved with diversion, they're not involved with restorative justice, they're involved with trying to help those people who are being released from custody not reoffend, and that's where their whole focus and emphasis was. And because again, public health and mental health are getting involved in this process where they haven't been involved before, where it's been probation, that's my explanation for having given this these outrageously high scores. I'm just so impressed by their wanting to participate.
And I really agree with you on this one. I'm going to raise 2 of my scores, Tony. I'm going to raise evaluation to a 9 from a 7. Valuation,
I'm
one more
sorry.
down, one more down. Yep, that one, 7 to a 9. And the budget, 7 to a 9. Thank you. Mark, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. So a few comments. This sort of larger picture comments, at least my notes have, this is the first project where the peer navigators that they mentioned, they're actually working inside the jail. And so we were pretty deliberate about saying services couldn't be delivered in a custody environment. And maybe I misunderstood. This isn't the only project, and I love the peer navigator model. I'm a big advocate for in-reach, right? But it just, it went against something I thought this group was very explicit about. It's not the only proposal.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to overlook it because I think the model is the right one, right? But it does put money into a line item that is within the four walls of the custody environment. And I think others, had we said that was okay, you might have seen that flavor in a lot of other applications.
You're
So
right.
I'm not sure how to deal with that. The second thing is the peer navigator model is one that is sort of spreading across the state in a really exciting way, right? People who are just as involved, getting jobs to help support folks with reentry activities. I know in LA, we're looking at it in a serious way. I sort of call it the professionalization of reentry, which is an exciting idea. And you see a range of what that costs per hour. Some people are getting paid sort of the minimum wage, 15 to 17 bucks an hour. This proposal actually went all the way up to $60 an hour for that peer navigator. So it just made me wonder what the range is, and I think that the committee should think about it. And then on their housing plan, they had a $5,000 per year subsidy with no per person, which is not a sort of permanent or complete subsidy. So it just called into question what the housing plan, how robust it was. It didn't describe leveraging other vouchers or other subsidies. So I wasn't sure what the housing plan was at the end of the day. And I thought this proposal didn't do as much on the leverage side, especially around the housing. So those are some general comments, but especially the first comment regarding the use of folks in the custody environment. I think it's an important issue that the group should reaffirm its opinion from our planning meetings.
I would just point the group to page 8 of the RFP, which states Proposition 47 grant funds may not be used for the acquisition of real property or programs or services provided in a custodial setting, with the exception of outreach and reentry planning. So the group talked about not prohibiting folks from going in and doing some in-reach, if you want to call it that, but so I guess it would depend on the extent to which, how much of their time they're spending inside, and is it a custodial program?
That's a helpful clarification, especially on this one. Others maybe not as much, but that does help too.
I want to mention that something that really bothered me, I actually want to change the budget to a 4. $1 million, almost $1 million is being spent to manage this contract if they get it. $837,282 are being used for various positions to manage the contract and invoice for the contract. And that's funding that should be spent for direct services. And they're also spending $600,000 for data collection. So we're spending almost, $1.5 million just to collect data, which data is important, but also to, for administrative assistant and for contracts analyst and other positions, grant manager to manage the contract.
Is that funding for the peer navigators also?
This is outside of that. This is completely outside of that. It's almost $1 million just to provide oversight for the contract.
I'm completely agreeing with that. I'm the outlier on the, was until she just changed it, for the budget. And likewise, poor leverage on less than 10% for, again, seems like we're not getting good value on return on investment. In the $600,000 for the evaluation seemed to be inconsistent with the instructions, which was kind of geared towards 5% on 10% for the evaluation. So that's why I marked them down on the budget side.
5%, let me find the exact language.
Yeah, could staff clarify that last point, because I may have adjusted, that's true. Yeah.
And any type of contract management should really be under indirect costs, not as a salary position. So that should be completely just.
So contract management, $1 million and $600,000 for evaluation seems in almost no leverage, just makes this.
Yeah, that should
Seems
be
like
indirect.
we're not getting good value.
We tried to wait for. In line with the discussion, Raider 10 would like to reduce his budget score.
Hold on for 1 second, just in case what we're about to say impacts.
The instructions for evaluation was applicants were required to dedicate a minimum of 5%, but not more than 10% to data collection and evaluation.
Most spent five, it was pretty consistent across
Yeah,
the
they
board.
spent
It was
exactly.
$300,000 for the $6 million.
So they can do just 5, that's okay. I didn't mean to cut you off, Frankie, but just in case that impacted your ability to change your score.
Frankie, what do you want to reduce your 8 to?
5.
And Raider 1 will reduce his 9 to 7.
And a follow-up to your point, Mark, about your clarification. So on page 6 of their application, specific to peer navigation services, it does say to include reentry plan within 60 days of release, and then they do talk some more about it. The rate is a different issue to the point that you raised. I won't argue with you on that, but they do talk about it is a reentry focus.
Yeah, they talk about the soft handoff in it. When they mentioned High Desert Prison, right? And that's located in that county. I thought right off the bat that they actually talked about exactly where it's gonna go. Housing, job skills training, and they're gonna reduce their recidivism rate, which I thought that was pretty brilliant. They're gonna reduce their recidivism rate by 30%. I think it was somewhere like 50% recidivism rate currently. That brings them down to, as a county, to like 20% recidivism rate, which I thought was real brilliant that they put that out right, expressed it right from because that got my attention, right? And I did see it as a reentry program, those that are just being released. And didn't really, I felt like access was not as restrictive as some of the other proposals. You know what I mean? Like, so I thought that's why I ranked it high from the go-get, I think, from the get-go, I should say.
Feeling hopelessly inadequate to evaluate budgets, I'd like to reduce, based on the comments I've heard, my budget to score from 12 to 7.
And Ricardo, shouldn't all of those positions mentioned for the salary positions for the lead agency, all of those should be considered indirect costs? So should we have because they're managing the contract, they're not providing a direct service outside of contract oversight at various levels, from invoicing to billing to issuing sub-grant awards. Those are considered
We don't
indirect costs.
typically require those to be listed as indirect, because what happens is, I was just reading through the budget, they're monitoring the sub-grantees, which is a pretty important process, oversight, they're doing, probably handling, it looks like the reporting, progress reporting, data collection, the fiscal reporting. We typically, indirect costs are sort of overhead, like rent and phones and utilities but actual time spent monitoring the grant is typically listed under salaries and benefits. Did you add anything?
Would you say it's easier as ultimately, like, thinking about as we evaluate these proposals or these initiatives, right? In year 1, year 2, and then again in year 3. I mean, the ultimate goal is to reduce the jail population, right? By providing these kinds of strategies, ultimately. I guess I'm looking at it from that standpoint, is like.
Well, it's to reduce, the jail population, but also to ensure they have services that they don't go back to jail.
Well, I think that kind of goes in tandem with it. To me, it's like.
It's the measure that you, right, reducing jail, but how do you do that if you don't really actually serve people so that they're self-sufficient off whatever is getting them there, right? So if they're saying the goal, to me, if they're saying the goal is to reduce the sheriff's department's population, and nothing in their proposal indicates how they're gonna do that or in a way that I think is meaningful, then it means nothing that they stated that goal. I'm looking for quality of life.
Tony, can you reduce my budget item 16 to 11 to a 9? No, 16. 16. Yeah.
From 11 to a 9. I have a question for staff. So to the points Ron made about data collection, so I'm looking at that space here a little more carefully in light of those comments, and it looks like it's like a placeholder for them to sub-grant out to do the data collection. So do we expect them to, in your experience, do they put out for the full 600,000, or can they find somebody who'll do it for 300,000 and then they just don't take the rest of the money? How does that normally work?
It could go a few different ways. A lot of it tends to depend on where they're located and the costs to actually provide that service. But we've seen, I think what's most common is they'll try to contract out for all of that data collection and evaluation services. And usually about, I'd say, 2/3 of the way in, they'll let you know, we need to do a budget modification. It's not feasible that we're going to expend X amount of dollars, and instead can we put it towards these other items that have already been pre-approved. That tends to happen.
So they could take the 600 and say, we only need 400 and we're gonna take the 200 and spend it on services.
That could happen.
It could, but I think you have to score based on what they put in the proposal.
Yeah, so I mean,
Yeah.
I'm inclined towards some of the things Ron said about this category now.
Yeah.
Because I would have preferred them to err in a different way, right? And so now that I think about it, I'm gonna reduce my budget score. I'm number 3. I'd like to go from 10 to 8. Thank you.
So, any further thoughts or feedback? Lunch is here. We can take, we're planning on doing a working lunch. We could take 5 or 15 minutes, 5 minutes to get the lunches. We could take 15 minutes. What do you guys prefer?
Break.
We'll take a 5-minute break or a 15-minute break. 15-minute break. We'll reconvene at 12:30. prepared, we'll be moving on to proposal 36, which is the Oceanside Unified School District, entitled Second Chances for Our Children.
I like this one a lot. It's very impressive. Very impressive.
This is proposal 36. Leticia and Thomas are already raving about it before it's even on the screen. Second chances for our children.
So there are no outliers?
No outliers. High mean, any discussion? Going once?
Yes.
Charity.
As you can see, I gave this one off because this was the very first one I rated extremely high, and
Very good.
this proposal, they got it.
Yep.
This was the only one that mentions the impacts of foster youth. In California, 70% of our prison population are former foster youth. And if you're considering 70%, according to San Diego statistics, and I think 2014-15. But if you consider people that are leaving prison, and you consider, and you're writing, like, you want to provide services that focus on trauma-informed care, there is no way that you cannot consider the trauma from youth that enter the foster care system or even have trauma as a result of the foster care system. This proposal not only talked about the trauma of the foster care system, they talked about the trauma of having violence in the home, these exposed to violence themselves, the impact of poverty, the impact of homelessness for kids. And that's why I really wish a lot of folks who scored proposals that were focused on youth and scored them low or high when there wasn't any existence of housing. I really wish this was kind of the first proposal we looked at, because it's also focused on females. You don't see many of these proposals at all focusing on girls and how our needs are different, and how they're going to focus in and hone in on those needs, and also focusing on having incarcerated parents. When we think of trauma, there's so many elements to trauma. And they literally broke it down, and they got it. And I was so impressed and shocked, because I never, knew of Oceanside before I read this proposal, or, what their demographics were, or what, their issues were. And just to see that, this community got it, and it just completely blew me away. So I'm interested to have an open dialogue with the folks that rated them pretty low on why you, what was your thought pattern, what could, where could I point you out in the proposal to kind of direct your, your thoughts to maybe look at it differently, because this proposal from beginning to end answered every single question. And they not only answered, they went into detail on what the issue is, what the need is, why not only that we're going to include the community, but why it's important to include the community, and why we can't do our job without including them in how they're going to evaluate the process, and describing exactly, the communities, the CBOs are going to partner with, and what exact services they're going to administer. They were so thorough and detailed. I just was, and how they're going to use the funds. So I'm interested to know why the hell there's not closed all across this board, because they were, completely, just having, experience both the foster care system, the juvenile justice system, county jail, violence, and home, everything actually in this proposal, they got it. They got it. And I didn't really see a lot of, proposals that actually got it.
Well,
I thank God
I was
I
about to
rated it
ask-
highly.
I was about to ask, I was about to ask, Javier is one of the lower scores on here, so I'd love to ask Javier his take on this.
And it was mostly because if I think about the population that Prop 47 is, should be addressing, for so much focus to be on the school and not people who have been to jail and coming out due to Prop 47 to, lowering their records to misdemeanors, I thought was missing a huge.
Well, I think a lot of that, and I thought about that because I did wanted to kind of understand more of why they were focusing more on the youth. And when you look at it, I think 94% of their students in their school are Spanish speakers. So a lot of the parents may be undocumented, and they are maybe able to track the students better, and they know that these students who are citizens, go into the system.
That doesn't mean they're gonna go to jail.
It doesn't mean they're gonna go to jail, but, if they still have high rates of students who are having issues on top of, the fact that a lot of them are probably undocumented, the majority of their population is Hispanic, so there may be factors, to look at as to why they're focusing more on the youth, but to just see their data is just, everything's
And
there.
I saw other, a couple of grants that were focusing on youth, but it was more connected to youth coming out of the system. Because I also like, I'm one of the focusing on youth.
So Mark, you're up.
So as the other outlier, at least on Project B, I have to reread it, but I do have, I wrote down a couple of notes. I thought that also very impressed on one of the few projects that focused on the foster care issue, right? They put together homeless youth and foster youth almost in one bucket, and they're not necessarily the same population. That was one thing that was notable. I thought that there wasn't as much focus on the family involvement, right? And so as much as I love the focus on the youth, I thought that there was less on the family than there should be. And then on the budget, I was also an outlier or gave a low score. And some of you probably know this, the threshold for Medicaid billable services for youth is pretty low for mental health services. It's easy to cross that threshold. And there was no discussion of the leverage of Medicaid. And most all of the mental health services that I at least saw in this proposal should have really been leveraging Medicaid. And so I thought that was an important detail for me, that it wasn't so much a lack of completeness on the budget, but just the conversation around leveraging, I thought was weak and probably either represents a missed opportunity within Oceanside to figure that leveraging out, or just a frank overlook.
Does Medicaid cover youth also?
Yeah, anywhere.
EPSDT.
Yeah. There's, and like I said, the threshold up to 24 is pretty low to get into billable services under Medicaid. And for many of those cases, at least a 50-50 match, if not higher.
So, Tony, if I could raise some scores based on charities, some of the points that charities making. I'd love to raise my need to 10, my description to 10, my evaluation to 9, and my guiding principles to 9.
I thought they needed
John.
I would just like to say I appreciate all the comments our colleague Charity has said. I agree. I think this is the first one I've seen, and I'm not sure it was the only one that was really gender responsive, as well as highlight the needs of foster youth, because I really think that is an important issue. I'm rated 12, so I'm on in school. Only reason why, I would have gave them a little higher one on the community engagement. The only thing, I gave them a 10. It was just that when there was a box that says representative, parentheses S of the incarcerated population. And this something that came up for me more and more on the subject of whether or not folks are formerly incarcerated. A lot of them didn't do a good job of detailing. Like they'd say it, or if it's spelled out, it's like one person. So at that point, I created this method to where I look at the number of folks who sit on that committee and a ratio.
Yes.
So in this case here, we identified 12 people, there's a parent and a formerly incarcerated person. It would have been higher. I would have felt more comfortable if it was one more, but I'm very comfortable with my 10.
Thanks a lot, John. Any other comments before we move on? Richard, sorry. Yes, you were.
Sorry. I guess my confusion is maybe I need to go back and look at my notes, but I spent a lot of my emphasis on recidivism, and this is more preventative. And though I love youth programs, I wish we spend more money on youth programs to prevent them going into the system. That's kind of, I think, the issue I had with this one was I focused on those who come out of this, who are already in the system, as opposed to preventing those who they're doing here, focusing on moral reasoning and social skills and anger management, which all can be tendencies. But you asked why I didn't do a 12. That's why I did 12.
All right, any other comments? Oh, Leticia.
Thank you, Scott. When I think of what it is that we are doing or purporting to do, it is being really at the helm and ground zero of the most progressive and aggressive criminal justice reform in the country. And it's not perfect, and we have a long way to go. But when I think of rebuilding the foundation of how we think about folks in the criminal justice system, the way in which government is responding at new levels, this is the kind of project where I feel like whatever shortcomings it may have, it is exactly the type of new foundation that we need to be setting in the criminal justice system. The way in which we think about, look at, treat. I mean, you can just sense it in an application in their descriptions. What they believe is the basic humanity of the people that they're dealing with, the basic level of mutual respect that's going to be given to other human beings, and to be juxtaposed by the other project that literally broke my heart. I feel like we may give those people the entire pot and they still may never get it because the foundation is just not right. It's not set proper. It's you don't have folks that are at the table in the right way, recognizing that the system is as much to blame as anybody else. So, this is the kind of project I feel like in 10 years, 20 years, is going to be responsible for reshaping the whole damn thing, which is what I think we're doing in the end. So I'm just very moved by this project. I think it's right on in its philosophy, its paradigm, and it feels like, despite the daunting reality of the numbers from the applications that we have read, that there are places that are really going to get it right, and this is one of them.
I agree that the model is a good model. My question is that the money that we're in charge of allocating, is it meant for this project? Or
Absolutely.
is it, does this project really address the needs of the population that Prop 47 is helping? So Prop 47 is for people who would have gone to jail, right, that would have been detained, that are no longer being detained, and how can we keep them in the community receiving the services the support that they need so that they don't go to jail? Is that correct? And so if the focus is on schools, I don't see how that translates to the most needy population.
I think when I think of Prop 47, I think of a target population that is essentially nonviolent, essentially, hyper traumatized, incredible challenges at every turn. And so this population to me is the Prop 47 population. I mean, as we, evolve this system.
Well, then that's all of our children.
No, I disagree, but I respect your position. And I think when I think of that Prop 47 population that we've got to sort of move out of the realm of, incredible danger of long-term incarceration, this is the population. Not high-risk violent offenders, that's a different population, and we've got to do a lot there as well. But this to me strikes me as the Prop 47 population, the perpetually, hopeless, mentally, mental health issues, every kind of instability imaginable. That to me is Prop 47. Prop 47 is saying there is a distinction in our community and in our state between folks that are either substance abuse oriented, heavily traumatized, and folks that are really criminally inclined. I mean, really that need a lot more engagement. I think it's the same population. You make a good point. It's a fair criticism that it's not precisely technically, the Prop 47, but when I think of the way in which the reform is happening, I think people in California are saying for the first time, okay, there are different populations here, and they need to be dealt with differently. These issues of trauma and neglect and the incredible instability emotionally and mentally of a population that is otherwise just lost. We've got to be aggressive about pursuing, and earlier on, obviously, is cheaper. When I think of less human capital loss.
Prevention is the key, but when I think about what these funds are to be allocated for, I think that there are other populations that we would spend the money more intelligently, but more.
That's a fair criticism. That's a fair criticism. My last point, I'll leave it alone, is I think it is, especially in relationship to the other applications I have seen. So I take this in light of what I see as an entire movement throughout the state where some people just seem to get it and others just don't. So I would put this in the category of the people I think get it. And I think our preventive strategies over the long term are really going to be what gives us an edge and advantage of the long-term goal of rehabilitation.
There's a lot of hands. It's a lot of hands. Charity, John, Shelley, Sammy, and then let's try to wrap this particular one up.
And I'll be very brief. I want to point out that this proposal isn't identifying, kids that are acting up in school or, going to detention or issues of funds for them. These are kids who have touched the system, who have been arrested, and even says in their target population, juveniles and young adults in the criminal justice system living in the city of Oceanside. They'll serve students as well as young adults who have been arrested, charged, or convicted of non-serious, non-violent crime, and have a history of mental health or substance use disorder. So these are people who have been incarcerated, people who have touched the system, and people who are youth. It's a very small, Oceanside isn't big, but yet they have 48 active gangs. That's a lot. And so it's something to consider. These aren't just children who may one day end up in jail or may one day act up. They've touched the system already.
Let's keep this moving. Who's next? John?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on, I appreciate your comments because coming from the homeless services world, it's always easy to pick people who are politically popular over, people who have criminal backgrounds and long-term mental health and what is this going to. I strongly support this one because some of the points that were made, but also in the project need, there's a ton of data, more than most of the other applications have, and it is very specific data. It talks about 19% increase in first-time offenses in the juvenile courts. They know exactly how many students are formerly foster or homeless, currently homeless in their system. And there's a lot of data they use that links those statistics and the trajectory for those children to past and young adulthood that involve them in the system, make the system involved. And so although we may not it may not be that every person this program touches has come out and is recidivating or at risk of recidivating. And so if the point is this a prevention program or recidivism program, I do see a recidivism component in here for children who may not have gone and been incarcerated, but who may be engaged in activities that are the behaviors Prop 47 is trying to quell. And so I think it's excellent that somebody is at the front end of it saying before this child who's doing X, Y, and Z, which would lead to them being incarcerated at 17 or 18 years old, and before them getting there, we have these interventions now that we can give them for the ones we see who are at highest at risk: foster involved youth, homeless youth, juveniles who've had contact with the juvenile criminal court system. I think that's a very progressive, to Letitia's point about the future of where this battle will be. I think that's exactly what we wanted. So I agree with you that it isn't the same as seeing someone on the backside, but I value, for the reasons Charity, why we're dealing with them in this way. And the data supports that, which is why I support it.
All right, Sammy? Did you have something?
Yeah, real quick, I just also want to support that. Obviously, they talk about the actual rate in terms of how many of the foster kids are going to end up incarcerated. And I think it's safe to say that we've done a lackluster job, if not a horrible job, at supporting parents, and these kids are in that pipeline. And I think they give some really good data. I'd like to move my project description to 10 and project evaluation to a 10, please. Thank you.
All right, any further comments? Let's move on to proposal number 37, San Diego County. Tony?
So for proposal 7, there's only one outlier, and that's with the community engagement.
So I thought that was, I love this proposal. Very strong diversion, very clear housing. And I thought it was fantastic. Comments?
That's why you gave it an 8.
Ooh, I like the little bit here, the little war, really.
I don't think I ever wrote 12, ever. You wrote it 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 times. I mean, not on 58 counties, I don't think I ever gave it 12.
We're told to use the full scale.
Yeah.
No, it's a good proposal.
Yeah, just don't, they don't have enough system involved, it was good.
All right, moving on.
Moving on.
Proposal 38, San Francisco.
So for proposal 38, there are 3 outliers: project description, project evaluation, and guiding principles. And those outliers.
Outliers aren't here. The low outliers aren't here. Am I correct? Am I correct that this is 192 people over 3 years in San Francisco for $6 million?
Cost of living is high in San
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there are 192 potentially duplicating persons.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. 192 potentially duplicated people over 3 years for $6 million. That's why I gave it a 6 in the budget too.
We're factoring the rate of inflation and the cost of living.
Yeah.
It's roughly $37 for a sandwich in San Francisco.
Oh, John, that's why you gave it a 12 in the budget? Like San Francisco's so expensive, we get about 100,000 per participant? Mark?
I struggled a little with this proposal because it actually was one of the few that really stayed in a very narrow lane, right? They didn't put a bunch of different aspects. It was really around treatment and housing, and they had 2 tricks to their whole sort of show, and they stuck to it. And they said they were compelling on how that fit into their broader piece. And I struggled, I mean, my scores reflected that they really stayed narrow and went deep and said in a realistic way what they thought they could do, as opposed to adding on a lot of different pieces to it. So it was, in my mind, a sort of outlier proposal in that way, because I thought they did a nice job of explaining what they already had and the missing piece to really complete a picture.
Any further comments on San Francisco?
It's a lovely place.
It is a lovely place.
I'll never be able to live there. That I know
Might not
for
go
sure.
that far, but.
All right, moving on. Let's move on to number 39. Number 39 is San Joaquin.
For proposal 39, there are 2 outliers. One, the guiding principles, that's 75% or more, between a low score of 3 and a high of 12.
So the high is surprisingly Judge Eskin, and the low is Thomas.
All right, Judge Eskin. You thought the guiding principles were, again, I tend to be more narrowly focused. The guiding principles section was like 6 lines. And that's what kind of bothered me, that they didn't try to tie in more under their guiding principles into what, because I rated the other parts of their proposal pretty strong. Actually, very strong, except for that one area. I just didn't feel like they tied it in to what the guiding principles were.
I guess the big question too is, if their guiding principles section is 6 lines, but throughout their entire entire proposal, they adhere to all the guiding principles, how do you rate the guiding principles? I mean, I think that's the philosophical question here.
And for us, as long as you're consistent, if you consistently look at X amount of lines and say, you don't get a 12 because, or you get a 12, that's fine. And to Scott's point, if you're consistent where, oh, I can see it interspersed here, and then again, you just have to bring it back to rating criteria, at the end.
Yeah, and I did try to look at other areas of the proposal and to see where, the principles were being implemented. I just thought they should have done a better job in that guiding principles section of really tying that back to what they proposed to do. But given that I rated them strongly in other areas of their application, I'm willing to reconsider going up to 6 on the guiding principles.
And I was the outlier in the project evaluation, and I guess my concern was it didn't appear to me that they put a lot of thought into the evaluation. In the budget, for example, they just put in exactly $300,000 and said they're going to do an RT, and that was it. And so we have no sense of how they really want to do it in a very short description. So I just didn't think, compared to a lot of the other proposals, that their evaluation was kind of an afterthought, not something they really are focused on.
And I think based on your comments, I love the proposal. I think I went a little high on evaluation, so I'll take my evaluation down to a 9, down to a 7, sorry. Thanks, Ron. Any other thoughts on San Joaquin before we move on? All right. What's that? Good budget. Yeah, exactly. Proposal 40, San Luis Obispo.
Lewis.
Louis. Wow, look at me and Scott.
So for proposal 40, there are 5 outliers: project need, community engagement, project evaluation, guiding principles, and budget.
Wow, everything is so
I think any proposal that uses the term offender, that's written by their behavioral health department, using the word offender throughout, I think that kind of strikes me the wrong way from the very beginning. The fact that they just kind of lazily made the CCP the LAC and didn't do much other than that. Then the citizens that were involved, they didn't list any names. I just think this proposal sucks.
I don't know that, I'm pretty low also on these things, and much of what Scott said. And then I also thought, you're focusing on high-risk felony probationers. I mean, didn't we have this conversation 7.5 years ago when we passed SB 678? And I mean, it seems like that population of all populations should be the ones that communities are already supporting. So I was kind of, I didn't understand where this one was coming from a fundamental standpoint.
Me and Sammy were all over it.
Yeah, that's good.
He didn't school.
Sammy, they love offenders.
Yeah.
Or well, just for one person. I don't know, maybe it was 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I don't know. Except I took it all
So,
seriously.
John Jones.
I think that just might be a reflection of our own personal trauma. Being called offender and criminal for so long, it's almost like, huh? But really, honestly, just being real serious here, some of the language in a lot of these proposals were problematic, but once again, just sticking to the theme of consistency, as well as just taking into consideration that this is part of the process of transformation to transform folks out in the community doing the work. So for me, I felt it was important to sprinkle a little bit of grace in this in the hopes that folks can catch it. But
John Jones bringing grace.
I wish I could applaud you right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
And for the record, Kern County Democrats are offenders. So I'm with you.
I love the charts. I thought I scored really high on Project Need because they had all these cool charts.
I know.
I thought they had good data.
I'm licking my wounds over here.
Any other thoughts from the outliers? Who aren't really speaking up?
You know, I think in light of Mr. Budnick's comments, I'm gonna just take everything down by 3 points, please. I don't know if I was on my 4th glass of Chardonnay or what was going on there, but it's certainly, I take what Scott says very seriously.
Malbec. Frankie went Malbec.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to admit that, I must have been on the same amount, yeah, I must have been. And I would also like to reduce my scores to 8, 7. Under description, 9.
Time for chocolate.
Again, I thought the evaluation. Okay, so I'll give that a 10. Guiding principles, because of the language, I think an 8. The budget, an 8 plus. I thought their evaluation was pretty good. It's doing something. Sprinkle some rays on there too.
Great. So great, that is good. John?
Oh yeah, one last point. And this is what to me personally was interesting about this rating process, because I'm going into my project description and in 3 different places I gave 0s. But it just shows how it gets weighted out over the long term.
Right.
So that's just something for me that was slightly frustrating, because I felt like although it comes together, but I felt like some of these bullet lines were more significant than others. So it was, when you look at the overall score, you're like, wow, I just get this when there was 3 zeros here. So that was just something I just wanted to express. Like for me, I wish there was a way that it could have been weighted differently, I guess. Or at least to be able to tag and flag and say, I have a real issue with this subset under 3, but there's other areas where, you know, if they met the criteria, they met the criteria.
And I think we describe it harder. I mean, I don't like the term offender, obviously, and I reject that, but the fact that they had like more height, it wasn't they didn't take the path of least resistance. It seems to me like they were looking at a higher need folk, and I didn't see it as my colleague here, Shelley did. I saw it as though you're actually gonna be putting some emphasis on higher needs in that county, but I guess that was a positive in my book, that they're talking about higher risk, quote unquote.
All right. And I'm just going to say on guiding principles, I scored this higher than any other, area. That's, to me, you go back and read the section on guiding principles, that's the way that a guiding principles section should be written. It's really, I thought it was very good. Maybe I compared everybody else to this one, but I thought it was very strong on that.
All right, any further comments on proposal 40? Let's move to proposal 41, San Mateo County. Tony?
So for proposal 41, there are 3 outliers: community engagement, guiding principles, the budget.
So community engagement, Rater 8 and Rater 18.
I was rated 18. I rated it low. I just saw the CCP meeting interviewing, but I didn't see any actual community engagement. And it's not clear from their roster that they have formally incarcerated on the, they might have 1 member, but for the most part, it just seemed like it was the CCP meeting on its own and interviewing a few people as opposed to true community engagement. But that's how I read it.
Reflecting back on a previous conversation, I was struck by the fact that they're going to spend $6 million to serve 100 clients over 3 years. It just seemed excessive.
Reminds me of how badly we need prevention.
San Mateo County, just south of San Francisco County.
And they're,
Where is it?
and the housing, the assistance is $14.55 per month, is that kind of for housing? Housing assistance in San Mateo?
Yeah.
Any further conversation on proposal 41? Mark?
I felt like on the budget, it was a terribly expensive project, and I think that part of it has to do with San Mateo being where it is. But I thought, again, it's another place where the Medi-Cal leverage, some of the other funding that they've received to provide similar types of services for the same population. I didn't see us leveraging on the housing subsidy, even though the 1,400 plus wasn't expensive. It didn't seem to have a conversation about leveraging other housing funding like the SSI component or other vouchers. So I thought for that reason, expensive, not a great explanation of leverage. That's why I was outlined.
Mark, I think I'm going to join you in being an outlier there, only because serving 75 to 100 people for $6 million and not leveraging what you easily could leverage just feels a little sloppy to me. So I'll take my budget down to a 4.
So Mark, just a point of clarification for you. So San Mateo, page 5, are you saying that they're not leveraging their Medi-Cal and SSI? Because on their other funds leveraged, and this isn't to change your mind, this is just truly to make sure we understand correctly. They do have a note that says the budget assumes that 80% of the 75 clients are Medi-Cal eligible, Medi-Cal and SSI eligible, and then that SSI clients are going to contribute $700 a month for housing assistance. So is your point that they're not doing it, or that they should be doing more of it?
I get, so I may have overlooked the SSI piece, which is 700 is, standard, that's significant.
Okay.
So they are doing it there, but I think on the Medicaid piece, it's certainly it's mentioned there, but it doesn't go into the detail that you would think it would.
Thank you.
Thank you for that point of clarity.
Are we done? We're moving on?
Any other?
Ricardo, I'm conflicted from 41. Can I still co-chair and not comment on the merits of the application? Excuse me, 42, thank you.
I'll take it. It should be free.
Okay.
Yeah. Which?
So for 42, that is Santa Barbara Department of Behavioral Wellness. There are 5 outliers: project need, community engagement, project description, project evaluation, and guiding principles.
All right, Raider, let's see, Raider 16, looks like a community engagement. Oh, I should never take that back. Raider 10, I'm sorry. Community engagement.
That's me, 4.
You're 4. Would you like to offer any comments on the 4 that you offered?
I wasn't the only 11 there. Are you picking on me? Oh, the 4?
I thought you were the 4s, yes.
May I recuse myself from this and remove my scores? Because I was undoubtedly influenced by information outside the proposal.
Okay.
I thought you would recuse yourself here.
I should have. I apologize.
So you're Raider 8, right, Judge Eskin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's the lowest Judge Eskin's ever rated.
Hey, don't get used to it.
So let's go back. So project need, Raider 14.
Yeah.
Score 4.
Yeah.
Any comments you'd like to offer?
I really, I don't know, I guess I wrote this one in the notes. I think it was because it was, I just didn't, I guess I wasn't in a, I wasn't feeling this one as much. But I'd like to hear some comments though, because I feel as though I might have been overly critical. I think this was one of the first ones I read. And I think I was really kind of perusing it, looking at little specific things that that maybe I got my group going and my rhythm going afterwards. But I'd love to hear comments on it, because I did rank it the lowest.
I I liked it only consistently because there was some serious diversion in keeping people out of incarceration. And 45% of the people in the program, they were gonna house for an entire year. And I thought that was strong as well. So that's where I came out.
I think with the amount of money too, I guess I was just thrown off by the fact that they're serving 40 people per year for that amount of
120
funds
over the course of the grant.
for the 3 years, yeah. As I said, those things mattered in my initial readings, the amount of unduplicated folks that are gonna be served by the projects, and obviously, over time, you start seeing the kind of theme emerge based on the type of intervention that's gonna be offered. I could be inclined to actually raise those up, given the, given, again, afterthought, after reading, this was, I think it was maybe even the first one I read. Yeah.
Am I prohibited from making a comment?
Yes, you are.
I thought of that too, Sammy, that there didn't seem like a lot of people, but they were serving them very well. I mean, I thought their description of the need was thorough.
I just feel like it's really, really overly critical on my part, given the rest of my colleagues.
Remember, you're not obliged
I
to
know,
change your score.
no, I know I'm not, but given that this was one of the first ones I read, and then given the fact that, again, in my mind, I'm looking at geographic issues as well as kind of demographics. And I don't recall, and I think those are some of the things, again, the cost was a huge factor to me early on. Not giving weight to other kinds of factors, but just that alone. So I can definitely move my scores up a little bit there.
What section are you looking at?
Because it's poor, right? I mean, all those are obviously poor, right?
Well, I mean, it's more so a question of if you think it's a cost, which is fine. If you think that it's too expensive, and then, for example, you think you would want to modify your budget score, then you could do that accordingly. But if it's not the budget score, but it's something else that we haven't discussed, you just have to give us something to say, here's what I want to apply, and modify the score accordingly.
Yeah.
Sammy, while you're checking that out, John, do you want to weigh in? You were a fairly high score on this one.
Absolutely.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
Thanks, Scott.
But
Let's see. And forgive me, I left my notes at home, unfortunately. For me, like, for example, if you're going under no, not two, which one is this? 1 second. Okay, under like community engagement, I like that because the LAC consists of 19 community members, formerly incarcerated individuals, mental health advocates. I felt it was a wide variety. It wasn't just skewed one way or another.
I agree.
And to me, that's like a reflection of this STAIR committee here that I personally appreciated. So for me, that was a high score. I know most of them tend to be majority of one group type of folks and then like 1 or 2 sprinkled in.
Yeah.
So that's for number 2.
Sammy, Frankie Guzman.
Yeah, on reviewing the community engagement section, I see that there was maybe more effort than I initially recognized, so I'd like to adjust my low of 4 on community engagement to a 7.
Sammy, any adjustments before we move on?
Yeah, I do want to adjust it. I think I at least want to move them up, the budget up. At least to a 7. I think given the conversation also, I'd like to move up the community engagement to a 7 as well. Again, I think the project need was a little bit, I don't know, I felt as though it was lacking for some reason. So I don't think I want to change that as much. But the project evaluation to a 7 and the guiding principles to a 6, please.
Thanks, Sammy.
I'm still an outlier, but.
I want to change something.
Talk to Charity?
I want to drop my budget score to a 9. I didn't, I missed also was the fact that there's a full-time sheriff deputy position. Drop it to 9.
All right, any other comments before we move on?
Yeah, just one more.
John?
Under the project description, I thought it was pretty expansive. I like not only some of the things they sought to do, like reduce the number of individuals with mental health illnesses, in recidivism, but the way they went about it. And I think it speaks to something that Frankie had said earlier in terms of quality of life. They described in one of the rooms some of the things they had, like music headsets and some other things. It may seem trivial, but to me, I thought that was thoughtful. That it's not just, and excuse my terminology on this, it wasn't just a clinical approach to dealing with human beings. I just thought that was a level of thoughtfulness here that I see in this proposal that I didn't see reflected in other ones. So that led me to also give them a lesson in this area.
Scott, can we go back for a second, please? Charity, when you said you wanted to drop down on the budget because they had FTE, can you give us a little bit of an explanation
Right,
why?
so I score lower if the funds are being utilized for like a full-time police officer, full-time probation officer, and I overlooked that was part of the budget.
But I think we need to articulate that there's not a tie back to the project description. I mean, just in and of itself, the fact that they have a sheriff's deputy.
I don't think it was mentioned in the description at all that they were be utilizing a full-time sheriff's deputy for that position. But I also mentioned earlier for another proposal that these people already have contact with police and probation, and that I want them to, the folks that they're making contact with through these funds to be people that are new, that they may trust more and make them more inclined to participate in the program.
Thank you.
Also, I can just make one last point. On the subject of trauma, I thought that they did a great job of dealing with that. And they spelled it out by saying a large majority of the target population will have experienced physical, sexual, or emotional trauma. I feel sometimes language, maybe for me, or maybe it can be seen as a matter of semantics, but to me, nuance is very key. It's one thing to say, we're dealing with trauma, but what does that mean? What does that look like? Because it shows up differently person to person. And I think it's very important to spell that out. Physically, sexually, and emotionally.
Right.
Tony, I'm going to raise my project description from a 9 to a 10. Thank you. Any further comments? Moving on to proposal 43, Santa Clara.
So for proposal 43, there are 4 outliers, and 2 of the outliers, project need and guiding principles, there's a 75% difference in the points assigned.
So maybe let's start with the brown shaded categories, project need. We have rater 3, 5, and 8. John Bowders.
I would love to hear from my friend who I'm usually on par with, Charity here, who has the 3, because we've had almost identical scores throughout, but we're very off on that one. So I just like to hear from her first.
I'll have to re-look through the proposal, but I have that they didn't address the underserved community or the disparities that exist. I wasn't really sure who they were trying to help. They did give different statistics and data, but it wasn't focused on who the project was going to help specifically, and definitely didn't mention race whatsoever. There weren't any system involved. When I'm looking through the proposal now, I have notes that almost 800,000 for 2 positions. So I'm going to scan through to see who these folks are. But $800,000 to fund 2 positions is kind of crazy.
All
So it's a behavioral health program specialist and a senior management analyst for coordination and oversight of data evaluation. $500,000 for one position alone.
My
Can
God.
I, if they get awarded, can I apply for that position? That's what I'm like. It's not even a full.
Is there researching, do we want to talk about guiding principles? We have Judge Eskin as 12 and Sammy at 1.
That's usually my score.
Yeah. Can't get any worse than that.
I think that, I don't know, maybe it was just me the way I was reading the guiding principles. They actually have a section called guiding principles in this. I just don't see, it seems like a lot of system jargon, but not a lot of emphasis on the actual, like, culturally rooted, what were the other, the actual explicitly connecting these to the ones we laid out. And obviously, as a result of that, I think it was just kind of a lot of just jargon, but nothing really that, I mean, they mentioned trauma-focused like trainings, but really didn't really talk about at the root of it, like how the those guiding principles are embedded in the actual, and they actually have a section called guiding principles. They don't even repeat the guiding principles, do they?
They're not required to.
I know they're not required to, but it helps to actually hear the things that we spent quite a considerable amount of time laying out. And one of the actual, this is a category that had some weight to it. And I just didn't see anything regarding our guiding principles. Maybe I'm missing something here. They talk about systems, but they don't talk about the principles themselves. Am I missing something?
They were pretty strong on the community, on coordinating with the community partnerships and collaboration. I thought in their guiding principles, they focused a lot on how they were coordinating with other agencies. But you're right, it wasn't real strong on that, on promoting culturally competent. They talk about trauma, but not so much about restorative justice or meeting people's holistic needs.
I don't even think I felt as though they talked about that they need training in that.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. They didn't really say that they had it already, bringing that spirit into the actual, even the design.
Yeah, you kind of had to go back and look at their project description to see some of the more details.
And I think I looked at the guiding principles just as itself, because it's.
Yeah, that's what I usually tend to do as well, but.
There's no system involved.
If I may.
No system involved, yeah, either.
I think for myself personally, I was having the same thoughts as Sammy initially as I was going through the guiding principles. It sounded like a lot of systemic jargon. But what redeemed this proposal for me is that last sentence when it says some of the Office of Reentry's interim department partners include the Office of Cultural Competency, Office of Immigrant Relations, Office of Women's Policy, and Office of LGBTQ Affairs. So that tells me that they are in relationship with these folks who are working with some of the most marginalized members of our society. So that went from abstract to something for me that was very tangible, which is why ultimately I gave it an 8, because it was kind of like a mix, like they did throw some things in, but at that last sentence, and for me personally, I think transformation occurs from close proximity. So if they are working in close proximity to folks who are working with the most marginalized members of our society, that tells me they are in a position to implement some of the systemic change as far as the guiding principles.
But they're not on the roster.
Yeah, which is why I was like,
See,
no, they never would have been 12. If that makes sense.
I thought their emphasis on providing housing for what is clearly defined as the Prop 47 population and integrating those services with the housing, that's what really sold me on the project.
All right. Are we ready to move on? Okay, moving on to proposal 44, Santa Cruz.
So for proposal 44, there are 4 outliers: community engagement, project description, guiding principles, and budget.
Tony, is this the sheriff or the court?
Sheriff. Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like I just went 6s across the board.
That's correctional.
I mean, it's blah. I don't want to be described as blah.
Was it me or was this just like, I mean, I know we're not rating on this, but wasn't this like poor quality too? It was like all slanted, all like some parts. I mean, I don't know, it's like the text is going at like, you have to kind of, you know what I mean? Like, it was just like, we put together a major proposal, quality matters, not.
Phoned it in.
You see what I'm saying?
I would like to. Is it the image quality? Is that what you?
I think it's the image quality.
Then that might just be a scan. I wouldn't blame them. That might just be a scanning error.
That would be a scale.
Yeah, it would, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to hear whoever gave you 11 on budget.
Yeah, I don't know how you can do that.
The budget on this one was terrible.
Yeah, I can't really reduce my squad budget.
That was me. Maybe I had it confused.
Oh, there.
I'm going there now.
The budget proposes hiring or paying for 5 sheriff officers and probation officers. So you think it's just-
I would like to call my friend John Jones to the table to have explain his 9. Here's a microphone.
A moment, please, as I.
You know, I'll be honest, I think I looked at the percentage that was going to community-based contracts and I was pretty impressed with that, but you're right, I kind of overlooked the funding for sheriff's officers. Let me look through this again. This might have been one of those late night.
They're giving.
I just want to reiterate, funding law enforcement in and of itself can be a reason, funding law enforcement in and of itself really can't be a reason for a low score. There has to be more of a justification.
I got it.
Or did they not, tie it back to the project description?
I'm looking.
How they're being used is something to look at as well.
They do say in the narrative, I know folks are looking for it on the first page under the salaries and benefits, because I've heard Phoebe kind of flagged the 4 FTs for the sheriff that they're going to staff a 24-hour, 7-day per week facility. So take that for what you may, if that may have factored into whether or not you thought that was good, bad, or indifferent. That's probably a significant driver for them in that particular area. So
Right, they were going to be working mainly in the recovery center intakes. I think that's what I thought it was justified. Since, it was diverting them out of jail into these recovery centers. And that I thought was a good thing.
Mark, go ahead.
So I like the concept of a recovery center, but I'm just the 900 is about 900 days for the 38-month period. That's one a day, one person a day going to the recovery center, and you have full time. So you basically have a 1-to-1 ratio.
One officer to one man.
Full-time staff to one client, because they weren't supposed to spend, it wasn't a residential treatment facility.
Right.
It was a way station
Right.
on the way somewhere. So it was a striking caseload in my mind.
Now, that's a very good point.
Yeah, I think the proposal would have been stronger if they had used leverage for the sheriff deputies and others and focused more of the Prop 47 money on actual services directed to the, and that would have made the proposal stronger.
I want to reduce my budget to a 6, please, actually give it 5, and then my project description, where am I at? To a 6.
Tony, I'm gonna reduce my budget, number to a 9 from an 11.
When you guys do this, it'll help if you told Tony, just remind him your rating, rater number.
16.
To a 9?
To 9.
Okay.
And then also my guiding principles to.
What rating number, Charity?
7, 5. Just, it's off the same reason, I don't feel that having 5 police officers and 1 full-time probation officer, I'm going to plot that also, is aligned with, the spirit of what we want to see here. We want to have different people that don't already touch them involved in this process that they can trust.
After hearing the discussion, Raider number 17, guiding principles to a 5, budget to a 5.
John Jones?
Yes, I'm rated 12 on budget. I would like to reduce that based on, after reviewing the proposal, I don't know how I missed this, but the ratio of staff to people being served is very problematic. So I would like to take that 9 down to a 3.
You moving from a 9 to a 3?
Yes. And then the second thing is under project evaluation, since I rated it the highest, I just want to share a couple of things I appreciated under this evaluation. They want to evaluate the number of, number 1, unduplicated participants, which is important. That way you don't have this inflation of participants. Number 2, also the diversion element. The number of non-prosecutions, deferred prosecutions, I think that goes to the heart of what we're pushing for. And then number 3, the housing referrals, because once again, anything that prioritizes housing to me would be significantly rated higher due to the impact that being homeless has on mental health and substance abuse.
John, can we go back to the, I'm sorry, can we go back to the first one? We're trying to take notes too as well.
Yes.
So when you went from a 9 to a 3, you cited that there was something about the ratio that made you uncomfortable,
Right,
paraphrasing.
I got that.
But what was the
ratio of staff, the 1-to-1.
The 1-to-1.
Yeah, that's to me, that's just huge. Like, that's just too huge to overlook. Somehow I overlooked this first line in here, but yeah, that's critical. I mean, that's just wasteful. It's not even, honestly, it's not even so much the matter of the law enforcement piece as it is just a matter of personnel. Even if that was just whatever, if it was a community-based staff, 1-on-1, that to me isn't efficient, let alone effective.
Tony, this is Scott, rater 1. I'm going to take my community involvement to a 4. My project description to a 4. And my budget to a 4. Thank you.
Tony, I'd like to keep all mine the same. Thank you.
All right, anything further? All right, let's move on to proposal 45.
So for proposal 45, we have 4 outliers: project need, project description, project evaluation, and the budget.
Who's this?
45 is Santa Cruz Superior Court.
Lucky number 7.
We're almost done.
Moving.
All right, we had rater 5, rater 12, rater 16 in the project need category. Rater 16 in the project description category. Rater 2, who happens to be my co-chair, and Raider 12 in the evaluation category, and Raider 2 and Raider 16 in the budget category. Feel free to speak up if you'd like to.
Not an impressive application to me.
Yeah, not impressive at all. I'm the outlier in Project Need, and there just wasn't enough information. I get really annoyed when people say we're gonna help people with mental health and substance abuse. Really, because that's what the proposal is for. So that's a given. So I want you to go more in depth as far as who's the underserved population, what disparities exist, what are the demographics as far as the people you wish to serve, not just people with mental health issues. And that's all I kind of got from them. It just wasn't enough information. It was full of fluff.
Just look at Judge Eskin's scores.
I mean,
It's all you need to know, right there.
All right, any further comments? Yes, John Jones.
Yeah, so this one, I was the outlier for guiding principles. This is probably the worst example out of all the proposals I saw. It was two things that really just triggered me. The one was, the first one is, where that line go? Helping people work toward their own healing. And I thought about that old saying, physician, heal thyself. Like, people are not hurt by themselves. They're hurt by things that's systemic and often external. So in addition, or in connection, I also believe healing also is something that's community-based. It's not just this pull yourself up by your bootstrap mentality. That's how I read it, and I felt like it really it didn't really vibe right with me. And then the second thing is the last line about the court further has been working to become a trauma-informed workplace by providing trauma-informed training to the entire staff, including judges. Do I need to elaborate? Like, when I hear training, there's some trainers that's valuable, but then there's some trainers like the idea that people need to be trained on something that really at the end of the day is human and humane issues. I don't know, just something about that don't sit well with me. I feel like in certain positions where a person is empowered to make decisions that not only impact the lives of the people that they're directly influencing, but the society at large. And the idea that the focus should be on them as opposed to the people who are hurt by systemic injustice just rubs me the wrong way.
All right, any further comments?
Yeah, I thought their project description was really strong. I was impressed how they also specified their serving undocumented and veterans. I thought was that really impressed me.
Any further comments? All right, moving on to project 46, proposal 46, Watsonville Police Department Youth Diversion.
So for proposal 46, there are 4 outliers: project need, community engagement, project evaluation, and the budget. But
Mr. Chair, I already know I want to change the number on mine, but do you want me to wait till everyone else has a chance to discuss?
Oh, no, feel free to
I
talk and explain why.
Yeah, I had an opportunity, I reviewed the outliers that I had, and so when I went back, I had no issues with my other outliers, but this one, my 10 in community engagement, I would like to be a 7. I don't know if I simply didn't put in the right number at some point or whatever, but I went back and I was a little perplexed myself, so that should be a 7 for me. Thank you.
Any other feedback on proposal 46? All right, let's move on to proposal 47, Shasta County. Probation.
so for proposal 47, there are 4 outliers.
I was 13, I should be up to it all, I'm not sure why there's any.
13?
Yeah.
Okay.
I should be, I don't remember rating it, honestly. That's why I was making sure I made too.
So, okay, so for proposal 47, there are only 2 outliers: project description and guiding principles.
All right, guiding principles, seems like there's a big discrepancy between Raider 11 and Raider 14. Raider 11's not here. Sammy.
Again, same issue, I just didn't see it spelled out. One of them, how they're using the guiding principles
in their rationale or design of their intervention they're proposing. I guess I looked at pretty much everything through those kinds of principles. If I didn't see it, then I reacted the way I felt about it.
You're consistent.
I think in the beginning also in terms of the population they're serving, I think that was part of it as well. Yeah.
All right. Any further feedback on proposal 47? Moving on to proposal 48. We're in the final 10.
All right.
Solano.
So for proposal 48, there's only one outlier, and that's for the project description.
And that would be Raider 7 and Raider 8.
I'm 7.
I personally love this one just because it was, I felt like this was the housing heaviest. Just a huge commitment for housing.
I do want to note that they're not servicing mental health. That's should be a big problem, right? It's not one of the services that they're going to address.
It wasn't clear. I mean, I found their whole project description wildly hard to follow. I thought it was kind of all over the place. And it might have been, there was one that I thought that they had, it was, maybe it wasn't this one, but I'm going to say it because I don't know if it's or not. But I found the whole thing very unclear in the project description.
Raider, I guess that's the only outlier.
Well, it does say they're talking about mental health occurring at alarmingly high rates. 24% of adults on probation need mental health services. Treating individuals with dual diagnosis, providing mental health services was identified as secondary priority areas.
But they're not going to provide it.
Yeah, that's in their need, isn't it, Tom? But
That's in the need, yeah.
Yeah, but in their.
But you don't see it in the description.
But it's an or, a mental health or substance use disorder. Yeah, it's not an and. I mean, I'm just pointing that out.
Any other feedback on proposal 48? All right, moving on to 49. Vallejo Unified School District.
So for proposal 49, they're all outliers, with one outlier project evaluation being greater than 75% between the lowest score assigned and the highest score assigned.
So looking at project evaluation, we have Raider 11. Not here. Okay.
That's really who makes the outline.
Yeah.
Aside from community engagement, Raider 7.
Yeah, I'd love to know what Raider 7 in terms of the community engagement. I really thought it was impressive that they actually involved their own students in writing this proposal, which I thought was very unique compared to any of the others that we've read.
I'm 7, and my notes are, I didn't think that the people on the advisory committee were clearly just as involved or impacted. Attachment B says local advisory committee, but other groups. There just wasn't, so the youth were involved, but they weren't included in the local advisory committee, and I thought it was instrumental to the whole thing, and so that didn't make sense to me. I didn't think that the community engagement was inclusive and transparent. And then the whole issue around notice, that wasn't provided either, about how the meetings are sufficiently noticed and accessible to the public.
Got it.
Can I?
Yes, Cherry?
I also want to add that I really like this one because this is the only proposal out of all of them that focused on girls that are sex trafficked. And because there are a lot of girls and women who enter the system because of sexual exploitation. There's a lot of trauma as a result of that, and this is the only proposal that addressed that.
Thanks, Charity. Any further comments on proposal 49? All right, moving on to proposal 50, Sonoma.
So for
Sonoma
proposal,
probation.
so for proposal 50, there are two outliers, project description and guiding principles.
I guess in guiding principles and description, I was fairly low because it didn't seem, I wrote no community participation, budget only 54% of the budget going to the community. Plan is unclear, how much housing, question mark, and some housing, but only for 90 days. Any other comments on proposal 50? All right, moving on to proposal 51, Stanislaus, Sheriff's Department.
For proposal 51, there are no outliers.
All right, no outliers. Do we want to discuss?
Can I have 1 second? Can I have 1
Yes.
second?
I think this one only had housing referrals to shelters and not actual housing. services.
Yes. That's what I remember. It was also unclear how many additional housing beds that they're going to actually deploy rather than what they already have. Any comments on this one? Okay, moving on to proposal 52. Sutter County. Health and Human Services.
For proposal 52, they're all outliers with project need, community engagement, and project evaluation being greater than 75% between the low and the high points assigned.
Let's figure out where Leticia is right now.
I'll comment on my project B while we wait for her. I probably want to lower my scores too. With this one, with project need, it didn't identify the need. It just said that if we are going to serve predominantly white people, we don't discriminate based on color. That's exactly what it said. I put it in quotes, it's not discriminate based on color.
All right, let's see if someone could give Leticia a call.
Yeah, I'm texting her, I'll see if she's up front.
The fact that we have 3 over 75% discrepancies, I think it's worth waiting a moment. John?
I'll just state as a R12 that I noticed I consistently scored higher than most of the folks. And I just like to think that's just a reflection of my optimistic nature. But with that being said, it has been consistent across.
Keep hope alive.
I just wanted to flag that. Not even flag that, highlight that, brother.
Here she is. Okay, sorry. That was 4, it wasn't needed on, so.
Sutter County.
Okay, so we have your rater 2. We have incredibly lows compared to rater 13, incredible highs.
Right, Sutter, by the way.
Yeah, which one is this?
Sutter.
My staff lost my notes. Which one is this?
Sutter.
Yeah, but which one is it? I mean, what are the details?
Oh, the details? Right now, we're looking at
What's the project?
Harmony and Hope.
Harmony and Hope. Mental health and substance use disorder treatment services to individuals who have been arrested.
You know, I can't remember other than, I didn't score that low on hardly any of them. So I don't know.
They asked for 1 million.
Well, I'm gonna read you my notes and see if it.
Okay, please do.
If anything. Sending the communities to lower my scores. It had, there's no diversion of other community services. We're servicing predominantly Caucasian folks, which isn't a problem, but they wouldn't give any feedback as to their need. And they just put that in quotes that they do not discriminate based off of color. 362,000 is going to a probation officer. All salaries and benefits. There's no direct services and no systems involved on the roster.
I remember now. Hiring of, or using the salaries for law enforcement is just, I felt not worth supporting.
I would actually like to lower my budget to a 5, please. And my project description to a 6.
All right. Anything else in proposal 52? Moving to proposal 53, City of Corning. Corning.
So for proposal 53, there were no outliers.
No outliers.
I think we should just give them all the money.
All the money to
I
Corning.
second that. This was my
They need
favorite
a bonus.
proposal. This was my favorite proposal by far. My favorite proposal.
Yeah, I thought
I liked it.
I liked it as well. Yeah. What's that?
Your project needs a 7.
I know. Because Leticia's heckling me and because I am an outliner on project need, I will take that up to 9. Rater 1, 9, project need, please.
Okay.
What's that? Let me read my notes. Trauma, adolescent diversion, project restore.
Oh, can I note something about this one? Yes. This one and the next one, Tahama, they list the same people on their roster and on their budget. Is that a problem? I don't know if y'all think that, but.
I didn't get 54.
Can't compare the discussion.
It's in Tehama County.
Compare the discussion.
Their executive steering committee? Oh.
But they list the same people on their individual budgets and on their individual.
Tony, I'm gonna go up to 9 on the project need. Where I ding them is their need didn't tell me anything about the demographics of the county, like even where it was located. So I think I dinged them a little too hard because there's 18 community partners that started this on its own. I mean, I think there's enough very positive stuff to take it up to. Any further feedback on proposal 53?
Good proposal.
All right, let's go to proposal 54. And now we are in Tehama. So youth and young adults 18 to 25 years old.
So for proposal 54, there are 4 outliers: project need, project evaluation, guiding principles, and the budget.
Would anyone like to discuss this?
The budget, they're asking for 1.9 million and $12 million worth of leverage. To me, I think that warrants a little bit of.
Yeah, so they're asking for 1.9 million with $12 million worth of leverage. Yeah, that's pretty strong. I'll take, Rater 1, I'll take my budget up to 10.
And I think my issue with the leverage funds, my note was it doesn't say what the leverage funds are going to do, how the leverage funds fit into the project. So why couldn't I take my whole community, my whole county budget and say this is all leverage? I didn't, yes. And I
Well, I
said,
didn't that information, so I could tell you, but I won't.
Pardon?
I said, because I'm really familiar with Tehama County, and I know what I have some idea what they're using. So I was okay with that, but. I can
Stop
understand why.
there.
Yeah,
Stop
stop.
there. I didn't think we could do that.
Yeah. If they're gonna do what?
I don't think you can consider that, because I didn't consider it. in
No,
things
he
I
didn't
had.
say, he's not,
I said, I trust what they're doing. Okay, I said, I said, I know the organizations are gonna be, and we don't work with them, they're outside my county, but I know the organizations and I trust it. But if, that's uncomfortable for other people in the group, I understand that, but I know the organizations and I trust that if they're using those as leverage, they're appropriate.
That's tough for us though in this setting because the standard we try to hold it at is only what's here. I mean, and I get that, and that's why for us, we either say recuse or just almost letter of the law what's in there, because it gets a little difficult for us to proceed.
Move me to a 10 then, from 13 to a 10, then I'm not outside the.
13's budget to a 10.
I want to note that I scored them very well, only write down the bad stuff, so I don't have many bad things at all. But something important to notice is that when we're looking at these proposals, some of these people are only going to get funded the first round for 3 years, and we want to look at sustainability. So when I see a proposal that says we're going to leverage $12 million in funds, that leads me to believe that in the event that they don't get funding later, or they're not reawarded, that they're going to be able to continue these services, and that's what we want to look for. So I was very impressed with the fact that they were able to leverage that much money.
Thank you, Charity. Anything else on proposal 54?
Yeah, I have one item. I just wanted to say
John.
what Shelley was saying. When you look at in the budget narrative for other funds leveraged, the 9 million in particular, it's the Tehama County Health Services Agency is 8.2 of it, 8.2 million. And that's like, to me, for that county, that may be the county's health budget. So it just feels like they've lumped the whole bottom line into the thing as leverage, when it's not clear what portion of it will be done for what. I didn't give them points for that. So I don't know if people feel differently, but that to me is it doesn't even say what it's for, health services, but that's an artificial number to me.
All right,
I can't go.
moving on to proposal 55. Trinity County. Tony.
So for proposal 55, there are two outliers, project need and guiding principles.
Okay, Ron, I know the high is not here. Ron, anything you'd like to add in terms of the need?
On the project need, I think the reason I marked them low was they essentially are talking about having a specialty court and this funding and treatment court, which is great, but it's kind of behind the curve that most counties in the state have already had these types of specialty courts now for 20, 25 years. And so that struck me as the need wasn't, they're kind of late to the game.
I agree. And last year, they got together and started talking about having a specialty court. Behind the curve is an understatement.
So, Ron, you were a 6 in description. I think, Tony, based on Ron and the judge's feedback, I'd like to reduce Radar 1 project need to 5 and description to 6. Thank you, sir. Any other feedback? All right. All right, any further comments? Proposal 56, Ventura County.
So for proposal 56, there are three outliers: project need, community engagement, and project description.
I mean, I'm an outlier on the bottom 3, not the top 3 that we're going to discuss, but I was just fairly shocked that in that county, they were only serving 150 people over 3 years, only 20 people for housing, and it was only housing assistance, not supportive housing. So I thought it was incredibly expensive for not much.
However, quote, if awarded the grant, the local advisory committee may be expanded to include other important stakeholders such as individuals impacted by the justice system, advocacy groups, citizens, and representatives of related community-based organizations.
I was just.
End quote.
That's my only note, that they may include formerly incarcerated if we're awarded.
No, they don't use that word.
Well, that was that's my paraphrase. They may include, we may include these people if we get awarded. So that's not okay. And none of them were listed on the roster.
I'd like to maybe ask the people who gave them a high score in guiding principles and budget, where they came out on, because I went really low there.
Howard's like this.
Yeah, my guiding principles.
Scott, I would like to adjust my score rater 10, just on reviewing the project need and the budget. I'd like to reduce both scores.
So 4 for budget
Yes.
and 4 for project need.
Yes.
Yeah, I was another outlier on project need. I just thought, first of all, they didn't give any of their data sources. And then when they were identifying target population, I didn't really thought that they focused on the needs of, well, let me just give an example. They talked about the needs of underserved populations. And they said they're a very diverse county. They want to meet the needs of traditionally underserved populations, such as those who require services and materials in a language and manner that they can understand. I mean, across all demographics, we're seeking to serve those who are homeless and mentally ill, but they don't really talk about any kind of disparities based on race or gender or anything like that. I thought that was just a weak description.
Prayer number 13, not quite sure what I've seen in this one. I'd like to take the project need down to 8. Engagement 5. And really those, go down to budget though, if I'm going to stay consistent with scoring high for lots of leverage, I need to score low for very low leverage. So I'll drop that one down to 6. Good.
John? I've changed my guiding principles from a 10 to an 8.
10 to an 8,
Please.
Thank you.
But you got this Renee and John?
Yep.
I also have a question. Can we change a previous score? I've only changed one, but the one I changed, I really like, after doing my homework.
I have to turn to you guys for that. I think you said we can't go back.
You don't go back.
Okay.
You don't go back, yeah.
Are you gonna be able to sleep tonight?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Tony, I'd like to change my project need to an 8. Community engagement to a 6.
14, okay. Project need to an 8.
Yeah. Thank you.
Community engagement to a 6. Sammy?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Any reason why, just so we can know for ourselves?
I think listening to the conversation, hearing the conversation, and also just reviewing. I'm reviewing these. I'm sure I'm not the only ones that allow reviewing some of the stuff as those conversations come up, taking a closer look to those specific areas that are being surfaced right now, and seeing that like under the like the project lead, I don't really see a lot of folks that are impacted in the community engagement, I should say. The impacted population being involved in this, as much as I would like to see. But yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Tony?
Please,
On Radar 1,
Please, with Radar 8, reduce the project need to 7. Thank you.
It's like Raider 1. Listening to Thomas's remarks and agreeing with Thomas's remarks, I'd like to take the need down to a 4. And listening to Judge Eskin's rereading of parts of the proposal, I'd like to take community engagement down to a 4 as well. Bless you.
Raider 10, on project description, I'd like to reduce that to a 4. And that's based on, the level or low level of housing and services. I mean, again, the Prop 47 stuff, if that's pretty much all you're doing and you haven't been doing it, to me, it's an indication of a lack of commitment to this work. And also just the lack of involvement of community folks from the outset, just to me, seems like a plan for disaster.
All right, any further
Antonio,
comments?
yes, on Raider Forum, community engagement, please reduce that to a 5.
To a 5?
All right, any further feedback? Seeing none, let's move to proposal 57, YOLO County.
So for proposal 57, there are 3 outliers. With 1 outlier, the project need being greater than 75% between the points assigned.
Oh, wow. This me.
Do we want to discuss this or do we want to move on? No, we got one more. All right, seeing no additional comments. Looking around, no comments, moving on to proposal 58. And this would be our last proposal, UBO.
So for proposal 58, they're all outliers with project evaluation and guiding principles being greater than 75% between the low and the high side.
Everybody was equally tired.
I did.
Right?
Oh. So I just want to note that this proposal mentioned that they selected the people they're going to subcontract to based on longstanding relationships and not actually their ability to successfully deliver the services. So just,
Well, maybe that's why they have long-standing relationships. They're good delivering services.
Or because they don't talk back.
Or maybe they're just somebody
More like
they
in
know,
case.
right?
They're getting, they probably didn't have these problems.
You're not going to say that.
So are there any comments on this proposal?
Well, I'm sorry. I was just impressed that the probation department has been unable to provide this service. Apparently, the Board of Supervisors is unable to fund it, and they're seeking to expand in an area where they've been deficient. That impressed me when I read it. Clearly, I'm out of step again. I don't think my scores are going to affect anything, but so I'm not going to request that they be amended, but I recognize that I'm not consistent with the rest of my colleagues here.
Co-chairs, any comments?
On this proposal? I'm ready to move on.
No, I didn't care for it.
You didn't like this one.
All right.
Need to break to
About a 15-minute break.
That concludes our rating, and we will break for 15 minutes while Tony tallies the scores and we move on to the next section.
All right.
Okay.
We'll take our cue from Tony.
Okay, as we come to a very heartbreaking end of our time together. Heartbreaking only in that I won't see you guys again in a couple months. I would like to add that some context for how long we have been together. We're practically, in relationships with each other at this point, right? Two of us were pregnant when we were midway in this, and our babies are about to be a year old. So, just for context, we've all lost our minds.
If you don't mind
And we are way in on this one. And I am really, really so pleased, I've learned so much. And I have to add something, I'd be remiss if I didn't say. I'm a former public defender, my husband is a formerly incarcerated person. And it is so striking to me how much I have learned in this process that I never expected to learn. And I recall specifically the day in which we had our panel of formerly incarcerated folks. That was a pivotal moment in my life in general, but certainly in this process. And it is so striking to me how much a person such as myself who gets involved in government or as part of the lawyer side and really loves and believes strongly and cares, and still pretty disconnected from what I heard that day. I was striking. I've thought about that day a lot. I've talked about it extensively with my husband. I've cried over that day and expressing what I heard, how it made me feel, and how different I feel about the system in this process. And so I have to say to everyone here, heartfelt, deep, enlightened thank you to you. I think some of us have become friends. Only a couple enemies, that's not bad. When you get the ratio and the practical reality of human existence. I would have to say that I've been very humbled by this process. I'm so grateful to all of you, and I hope that we stay connected. This does end our service for Prop 47. I don't plan on being with you guys when my baby turns 5. I think that would be strange, but I really have. This has been a long commitment. It has been so heartfelt and so real, and it has for me been life-changing, frankly. So, thank you, Scott, for being a remarkable co-chair and friend, and I look forward to seeing the fruits of our labor over the next few years. But I will miss getting together with you, and I hope that we stay connected, because certainly this process has made that, I think, an inevitability. So thank you.
Great. So before we go towards public comment, we did want to kind of tee up a few things first, just to kind of set the tone. So Colleen and I will talk about rating factors this morning, just to kind of remind everyone about where we left off and how we got to where we are. And then we'll kind of transition into public comment. And then after that, then we'll actually do a review of the scores. And then just a reminder that once the scores are up, at this point, you saw staff calculating those scores and they're locked in. But the next kind of more formal step is that the recommendation from this body then goes before the full board, and then the board will have an opportunity to review and to vote accordingly based on this recommendation. So with that said, I'm going to turn over to Colleen for a little bit, and we'll go from there.
So the first thing I'm going to do is provide an overview of the scoring process, and this is primarily for the benefit of the public who are listening today. Up on the screen here, you see page 20 of the RFP. This we have a few copies of the RFP in the back, but this is the table that shows the 6 rating factors that were considered in the scoring of these proposals. So each proposal was scored based on these 6 rating factors. Within each of these 6 rating factors, there were also a number of sub-factors. The sub-factors are also listed in the RFP beginning back on page 74. So you'll see, Antonio, you don't have to go there right now, but just under each of these factors, there are sub-factors. Each rater assigned points from between 0 and 12 to each of those sub-factors into a rating form that we provided for them. From those points assigned to each sub-factor, the form automatically calculated an average score for that factor as a whole. So each of these 6 factors ended up with a score from 0 to 12. And those are the scores that we reviewed today for each of the raters, 0 to 12 for each of these 6 factors. Once those scores are calculated, though those factors are weighted, and that's in the fourth column here where it says percent of total value. Those are the weights assigned to each of those 6 factors. Those weights were established by this executive steering committee. So once the 0 to 12 score was established for each factor, it was then weighted. That process was done internally here at the BSCC and automatically calculated on the rating sheet. So for rating factor number 1, that score was worth 15% of the total value. So it's actually worth 18 points. I'm sorry, yes, the weighted score becomes 36. The maximum points 18, the weighted score 36. And so on. Well, I'm missing one step here, I'm sorry, backing up. The maximum points is the score of 0 to 12 weighted. And what we did next is multiply each of the maximum points by 2. And that came up with our weighted score. And that was just to allow for a larger point spread between the applicant scores. So the maximum points that an applicant could score was 240. After that, those points were calculated. We determined whether an applicant received additional points based on the amount of funds they were passing through to community-based service providers. Applicants proposing to pass through 60 to 69% were given an additional 2 points. Applicants proposing to pass through 70% or more were given 4 points. So the total possible score with additional points was 244. Are there any questions from this group on the 244? So from there, I want to talk about the minimum scoring threshold for a moment. That's going to be very important. So if you could scroll down, Antonio, here to the next page. This is page 21 in the RFP. Proposals, the Executive Steering Committee voted that proposals must meet an individual and an overall minimum score threshold in order to be considered for funding. And what those thresholds included were a minimum of 50% of the maximum points. I'm sorry, the individual thresholds were 50% of the maximum points in the community engagement, project description, and budget section, as follows. So within each of those, a minimum score of 12 on community engagement, 15 on project description, and 12 on budget. Those are weighted scores. In addition to those minimum scoring thresholds, they also had to earn, an applicant had to earn an overall score of 65%. So that's 156 points out of the 240. So that's 50% of the 240. So that's prior to those additional preference points. So any questions there? I'm going to go into the 2 groups. So what we're going to see, once Tony's done tabulating the scores, we're going to see 2 different lists. We're going to see a list that contains all of the small scope proposals. So remember, these are not necessarily small jurisdictions, they're small scope. These are the proposals that ask for $1 million or less. We will see a ranked list of those proposals. There are 24. We will also then see a ranked list of the large proposals, of which there were 34. And so within those, we will move down the ranked list to fund all of the qualified applicants. That is, those proposals that met both the individual and the overall scoring thresholds. Those proposals will be recommended for funding. In the event that there are not sufficient proposals in the qualified category, funds, any leftover funds from either category will move to the other category. So if there are leftover funds in the small scope, they'll move, and vice versa, until we have funded as many of the qualified applicants as we can.
Can you remind me again what we did with LA? Didn't we have a special category for?
So LA was part of the large pot. So not necessarily a special category, but what they could do was apply for up to 20 million within that large pot. So there
were like 3 or so proposals from LA, weren't there?
But only one. But LA County itself was eligible to apply for up to 20 million. Although there were multiple smaller ones, they could apply for either the 1 or the 6.
Got it.
Okay.
The other 2 were from LA City. one was from the mayor's office, one was from, the Office of Reentry. So they just had a higher funding threshold, but still competed among the larger scope proposals. So, that's once Tony shows those lists, that's what we're gonna see.
And now we're gonna do public.
And now we will do public comment. I want to remind the group, we're giving an opportunity for public comment here today, but the scores have been closed. Nothing that is said today, can have an impact on the scores that have already been decided.
Good afternoon. My name is Dominique Nong. I'm a Senior Policy Associate at the Children's Defense Fund, California. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone here, both ESC members, the co-chairs, the staff, for all the hard work and detailed attention that I believe this process really deserved. And so in that vein of making sure that the process continues to carry on that spirit and that intention that you all have embodied throughout this entire year, I just wanted to express a concern about the way this process might move forward, which is that in looking at the way the composite scores are being calculated, it seems they're going to be based on the average scores calculated across each grading sector. And so what that means is that a certain proposal that uniformly got strong scores from everyone, it's about unanimously, so a 7 to 9 average, could end up at the same level or even higher, or even lower actually, than a proposal where there was a large discrepancy where some members thought the proposal was great and some members thought it was really poor. And I think that to go forward in a process without reevaluating the underlying reasons for those large discrepancies, those large ranges, I think undermines something that this ESC has embodied, which is the value of having diversity of experiences that you all have. Even the discussions today, you all were able to change your minds and listen to each other. And that's the value of being in a room together on a committee. So if you go forward, just looking at the way these numbers are ranked, purely based on the averages, you are discounting and losing an opportunity to really think about whether those proposals, especially those in which a number of you differed greatly, really do capture the spirit and purpose of Prop 47. So I would ask that as you look at those rankings, that you maybe flag the ones where there was wide discrepancies. And again, just make sure that those don't get funded over ones where everyone agreed really capture the spirit and purpose of Prop 47. Thank you.
Thanks, Dominique.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Erica Webster. I'm with the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice. I would like to echo Dominique's comments, thanking you all for the year. Apparently, it's been a year of commitment that you've put into crafting this RFP, reading these proposals, and then spending the time reviewing these proposals. I'd also like to echo Ms. Perez's comments and looking forward to the fruits of your labor. The public who's invested in Prop 47, who works with this population, and is interested in treating mental health issues, substance abuse issues, and reducing mass incarceration, is also looking forward to the fruits of your labor. That being said, in regards to the scores being closed at this time, well, first of all, thank you for allowing public comment at the top of the meeting. However, now that we've seen how the process works, I think we have a lot more to say at the end as well. So in terms of how the scoring is closed, I think that you all have had an opportunity to discuss how you're rating these proposals, find where you're being inconsistent, and adjust accordingly your scores on the overall on the screen. To not be able to go back at this point and make sure that you're being consistent throughout the process, I think would be a disservice to all the work that you've put in up until this point. And also might allow a couple less deserving proposals to slip through the cracks. I have one in mind in particular, and that is the city of Parlier. This proposal, of the proposals that I read, only 2 stood out as truly, unarguably undeserving of funding, and that was Angels Camp and Parlier. This one flagged their homeless population and their needs assessment, and yet only designated $20,000 to housing assistance. They flagged their Latino non-English speaking population as a particularly needy group, and yet did not include them in their advisory committee, stating a language barrier as an issue, which I believe someone brought up in a different proposal as being problematic. A substantial portion of their funding is going to the police department only, even though the majority of their project description focuses on mental health services. And there's a clear disconnect in that proposal. Other than that proposal, I think giving this group an opportunity to go back and adjust their scores now that they've had a moment to sit and reflect on how this process went. I know a number of you, maybe not a number, but a couple of you thought you might want to go back and adjust your scores. And I think to not give yourself the opportunity to do that after all this work would be a disservice to you. So yeah, again, I just want to thank you for everything you've done this far. I look forward to seeing what the final proposals are, but just would strongly suggest giving yourself one last opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you guys for being so attentive to this process and giving us guidance throughout. Really appreciate it. Should I ask staff for feedback on going backwards and looking at any proposals and what we legally are allowed to do and not allowed to do?
I think I got it. Thank you for writing up. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, at this point, I think it's really difficult and imprudent to sort of reopen any of the scoring. You know, I would just sort of leave it at that. I mean, obviously, everyone has ears and everyone can sort of think about certain things. I don't know, I wasn't here for the end, so I don't know if there was a last call or not. But I would discourage reopening any scoring at this time.
Shelley?
At least my experience and my understanding of what we were doing today, I think that's what today was about, right? So we would sit here and we would have this back and forth, and John might flag something or John might flag something, and it might trigger for me, reconsidering my score. But at least from my perspective, I feel like that is exactly the points that you all made, which I very appreciate, and thank you. I think that's exactly what we did here today, the purpose of today. At least from my perspective, I think that's what we accomplished.
I echo those remarks. I think it's well said. I'm happy that we had this opportunity. And George, you made a comment in the hallway that, you see yourself as an outlier, and I just totally disagree. Both of us were pretty divergent on a number of matters, and I think, this is the process that people from different worlds and different angles bring their perspective. So I think, you've been marvelous.
Well, I want to echo something in your comments, if I have a moment, express my gratitude and my appreciation for this opportunity. I've played just about every role in the criminal justice system other than defendant, although I've been the target of other agency investigations. As a prosecutor, as a criminal defense specialist, as a judge. And I just can't begin to tell all of you how much I appreciate and regard what I've learned in this process from all of you, and especially the previously incarcerated, which I tout wherever I go now, encouraging groups and boards and organizations to include people who are the real stakeholders in the system. Going forward with regard to the comments that were just made, I would recommend some kind of more collaborative process where I could benefit from the expertise that I've heard here today as I'm going through the evaluative process and not after the fact. If there were a way to structure it so that groups of us could meet on groups of proposals rather than each of us evaluating 58 and wandering off from time to time. So I really appreciate the comments that were made by the speakers from the public, and hope that we'll take that into consideration in the future. I also feel that it was a mistake to attempt to evaluate the sub-criteria that placed an added burden that was really, really onerous. And instead of using the sub-criteria as standards and guides in evaluating the criteria, that's something else I think that should be given consideration to in the future. But for me, it's been an incredibly, enormously learning educational process. And I hope I contributed something other than comic relief to the process. It's just been fabulous for me because I've been so invested in Prop 47 since the summer of 2014. And thank you to staff. I think staff's been unbelievable.
So, yeah, without further ado, Tony, are you ready?
Pauline, are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay,
Yes,
so,
we're ready.
so the first ranking is the small scope funding. Oh, I'm sorry, let me adjust the screen so you can see everything.
I'm getting to the large yet. I'm getting to the large yet. Don't let us see. Don't let us see.
Don't let them see. Yeah, let's definitely spend some time and walk them through the whole table.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with the first column. The first column is D, and it's just a list of the applicants. Second column is just the funding scope they're in. Column G is the rating score based on the points you assigned. Column H are the score based on the points for the for the thresholds. The first threshold is the community engagement, that's column H. Column I is the second threshold, project description. Column J is the budget. Column K is just a flag that says either yes or no, and if it says yes, they met all four of the funding thresholds, so they can be considered for funding. Down in the bottom where it says no, they didn't meet one of the four or any of the four funding. Column L is the preference points for leveraging that they received. Column M is the total score. It's the rating score plus the points for the preference points. Column N is the ranking just for this category. Column O is where the proposal ranked in the overall out of all 58 proposals. Column P is how much they requested. We can hide column Q because all that says is if funded, how much they get. And we usually show that if a proposal submits a change to what they requested in the process, and none did that. So column S is what's remaining once the proposal is funded. So I'll use the first one, which is Corning, the city of Corning. They had a total rating score of 193.4, which met the minimum threshold of 156. For the second threshold of community engagement, which was 24 points, they received 39.5. For project description, they needed to receive 30, they received 48.1. For the budget, they needed to receive 24, they received 39.3. So they met all four of the thresholds. They received 4 points for their preference points, which gave them a total score of 197.4, which lists them ranked 1 in the small scope category. And overall, they're ranked 3 out of all 58 proposals. And they requested 1 million. They'll receive 1 million out of the 20 million, which leaves a remaining of 19 million. So row 11, where I have it boxed off, that's the cutoff point for the funding as far as the proposals that met the thresholds. So for the small scope, Plumas County with a score of 156 from points assigned, an overall score of 160 because they received 4 points for preference points. They ranked 8 in this category, 33 out of overall. They requested 1 million. They'll receive their 1 million. And that's where the funding stops for the small category, and the funding stops for the small category because the next line, 12, Watsonville, from Watsonville down to Angels Camp, they did not meet all the funding thresholds that were set by this committee,
So can you talk
The
about,
scoring thresholds.
the scoring thresholds.
can you explain what those scoring thresholds are? Like, what didn't it meet?
Okay, so I'll use Watsonville.
Yep.
Watsonville, overall, they received 153. They needed to receive 156. For the other three thresholds, they received the points that they needed to get over the funding threshold. So for community engagement, they needed to receive 24. They received 26.8. For project description, they needed to receive 30, they received 37.5. For budget, they needed to receive 24, they received 31.5. So they met 3 of the 4, but they didn't meet all 4, so they're not considered for funding.
Can you explain what the preference points are again?
Colleen, Ricardo.
So 2 points if 50% pass through to community-based organizations was the minimum. If an applicant proposed 60 to 69%, they were awarded 2 preference points. If they proposed 70% or more, they got 4.
Got it. Thank you.
Did they know that ahead of time?
Yes, they definitely did.
They also knew about, not that it would have mattered because they weren't doing the scoring, but the RFP clearly spelled out the minimum scoring threshold because this committee had a preference for quality, basically, would be how I would view it.
Just a kind of obvious is that the ones that are meet the threshold are the ones that are getting funding. The ones that don't meet it, they're not even considered funding.
Correct. The ones over the
In this
threshold.
category.
Yeah. The ones over the threshold is what we're going to ask that you make the recommendation to our board for funding for the small scope. And when we get to the large scope, we'll go over it the same way.
Are there any other questions on the small scope?
Does that mean if we have money left over after the large county, we're gonna come back and revisit someone like Watsonville?
No.
No, what it means is the 12 million that's still available would move over to the large to fund. If there are more qualified large proposals, more of those will be funded.
Yeah, so my question is, in that second round, if there's money left over, what do we do with that?
It will be exhausted. Once we move from the small to the large, that remaining 12 will be added into the pot and it will all be exhausted. So there will not be a chance to move back down to the small.
But so we already know.
You're
it's-
asking, I think
I know what you're asking.
they haven't met the threshold, so they will never be funded off of this list.
You were on to my question.
Yeah, I think Frankie's question is if we go over to the large list and we are in a similar situation where we don't have enough
right,
proposals that meet
yeah,
the scoring
right,
threshold,
right.
we've got money left over, what are we gonna do with that money?
That's, yeah, let's see what we have.
That's not gonna happen.
Based on the overall rank score, I have a hunch there are gonna be a lot of large that met the thresholds.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are there any questions on the list that we have up?
I definitely want to know that I'm very happy that our foster youth proposal. Oh, yes?
Which one was that? Oceanside?
Oh, yeah, all right.
The next work.
Okay.
But advocacy.
Okay.
I actually see those things.
Right. Oh, don't rake San Diego first. That's gonna get into Ron's head.
I didn't take the vote.
So the only difference on the layout of this sheet is I brought down the remaining funding of the 12 million in column V to add to the remaining funding of what's left over from the large category. And so I'll explain that. As far as the large category, the thresholds are all the same. The cutoff is at Los Angeles City. I think that's
Mayor or the city attorney?
Mayor.
Los Angeles City Mayor's Office.
So everyone under them that met.
There was only 1.1 left before them, and they asked for 5.9, so they're short.
No, because you have that as carryover.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
That's
okay,
carryover.
yeah.
That's the very last.
I didn't see the last column.
Okay, so at 39, they met all the thresholds, but using the large scope funding, they were cut off. So if you look at Orange County, they met the funding, all the thresholds to be considered for funding. They requested 6 million, but from the previous one, there was only 1.1 million left. So I took the 12 million and added to the 1.1 million, which gives us 13.2 million. So now Los Angeles County, City of the Mayor's Office, they asked for roughly 6 million. We take 6 million from the 13, so they're fully funded. What's left is the 7.2 million. We move down to San Bernardino. They requested 6 million. They're fully funded. What's left is 1.2 million. We move down to Napa County that requested 3.8. There is only 1.2 left for partial funding.
So is Napa the last county funded?
Yes, sir.
If they accept a partial.
And keep in mind, there are some budget adjustments pending that might add a little bit more, so we'd be able to work a little further down the list.
Can you scroll down so we can see where all the other?
So why is it a Y if they're not getting funded?
Because they met the
It's
funding
passed all the
criteria.
Oh.
So in other words, we ran out of money.
We ran out of money.
So the purple on the far right columns, S and V, are the ones proposed to get money.
Remember, our requests were 225 million, and our allotment was about 100 million.
For LA.
Top of large.
LA was just allowed to apply for more. So if LA was successful, they got 20. If they were not successful, that 20 would have remained in the pockets.
Yeah, San Diego is above Alameda.
So, Los Angeles County was limited to one proposal. It did
For the
not
entire
impact the
county.
cities within Los Angeles County. They were still eligible to apply. Any city within Los Angeles County.
Go for it, John.
I have a question.
Questions?
So, the total amount of money that we put in to begin with, the 103, does that include the decrease in budget allocation for finance this year to Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Fund for Second Chance Fund?
There was a little bit of an uptick in the May revise, so I'm not sure which
It's still,
number you're
there's-
talking about.
Right, so there was in the beginning of the year, there was 42 point some odd million total. Prop 47 savings, 65% for the BSCC.
Right,
They turned that up to about 45 to 46 million dollars at the revise.
right.
But even at 30 or at 65% of that, that put us at about $31 million, I think. And because of the one-time allocation added on last year, the total amount in year one was 36 million. So there's a $5 million gap in year two. So there's not 103, it's like 98.
We don't believe we have a gap, and others can back me up. Even though there was a one-time allocation that the additional amount of funding that the legislature decided to do last year, we added up all the known resources for the first 3 years. So there's not an issue of that there's a difference in the funding level between year one and year two. We are able to fund the whole first 3 years, winds up being 38 months, based on what we knew was there in year one with certainty, the estimates in year two and year three, and we have a little uptick in the estimate this year. So the 103 million, we feel very confident about.
John, we estimated 28.6 million for year two,
Okay, what was for year three?
40.6 million.
So we expect it to go even more. next
Those
year.
are based on DOF's published estimates. That's what we're. And if there are, good question though, because if for some reason that number goes down,
Yeah.
I think is what we've done in other similar grants, say it winds up being 95% of that number, we'd have to ask our grantees to make some budget modifications in the event the third year estimates wind up being different, if that makes sense.
Now, can I ask a related question? In the event that our legislature decides to do an additional
Yes, absolutely.
one-time $10 million,
We can fund more. Because this is a 3-year grant cycle that grantees are applying for. So if there were 10 more million added this year, you would get to see, it's all those that are in the dark purple boxes out there, then you'd go further into the yes column in the far right.
okay, great point. So therefore, it's already put in place, so we
Right.
don't have to meet again.
Correct, they're all right.
Correct. Yeah, and we'll ask the board to do that, and sometimes something strange can happen and a project can't get off the ground and something has to be relinquished. We simply work down the list. Again, to the earlier question from Frankie, the smalls we can't help because they're not qualified. So more in the large category met the scoring qualification and they'll get the funding in the event something's relinquished, in the event the legislature adds more, in the event there's more savings calculated by finance, all those kinds of things. Yeah.
So my follow-up question would be in the opposite event, so it's not likely that there'll be one-time money this year in the budget. In the off event that the 40 million or whatever Colleen just mentioned that was forecast for the third year's budget falls short, can the 1.2 that we have in that last column, can that be, I don't want to say saved, but can that be put aside to supplant or to fill the void of anything that was to fall short? Can we just simply hold on to it? So in the event there's only 38 million in next year's budget, not 40, this 1.2 is there to keep these programs that are funded at the level they're not cutting a behavioral health director, removing housing for 30 people. That's my concern with a potential drop in E3.
I do understand the question. We have not done that in other grants. We've
Just
asked.
based on precedent, we have always offered that leftover funding to the next ranked applicant. Many times applicants will turn it down because it's not enough to do what they propose to do and they feel that they can't even scale their proposal down. But typically then we just continue to move down. So I think that's something, I don't know if that's a decision that would go to the board or.
Wouldn't it be better, I mean, rather than making that kind of decision, because if you're the person getting that $1.2 million, that's nothing to sneeze at. You may want to modify and go forward, and rather than doing that, reducing everybody by what would be very minimal across the board, I don't believe it would even amount to a position. It's the more prudent way to go rather than us making the call that, next one in line doesn't get funded.
I appreciate that. I just know that there's, given that the total amount of money in Prop 47 this year was only 42 to 45 million, and the forecast is 40 million next year, which is only 65%. That's assuming an additional like $20 million between this year and next year of growth, and I don't know I know there's costs that are calculated in that offset, and so my concern is for small counties, I know you'd make a flip on all of them, right, if there was a budget adjustment.
Right, yeah.
But for a small county that has a small program, asking them to cut $60,000 could mean literally cutting the person who does the work or part of the program. And so that was my sensitivity, is not these large ones, but the small ones can't absorb a haircut as easily. And so I just ask us to consider whether holding on to 1.2, and then if it's not, I understand wanting to just release it to the next person who could use it. We want the dollars on the street, but I also would be hesitant to see a good program in a school district or something scaled back because they have to now adjust the budget. So I'm putting it out there as a consideration.
And what do we do with unused funds? So say we have an incident or a situation where some of the larger counties aren't able to spend down their funds. Do you do sweeps annually to kind of reallocate those funds to programs that are performing well?
In this case, I think the funds just roll over. If the funds keep rolling over, we can potentially reallocate them at a later date. But that said, we're also going to be doing a lot of monitoring, be it site visits, be it telephonic, a combination of all the above. So we try to stay on top of those as much as we can.
Is the board in a position to question how the Department of Finance is making the calculations of Prop 47 savings?
No, generally, the proposition is actually quite clear in giving that responsibility to the Department of Finance and giving them the sole discretion to determine how to make that calculation.
It's not debatable. We just accept the number.
No, I asked because in the New York Times on Friday, there was a big article on cutting prison populations across the country. And Georgia just reduced its prison population by 8,000 and saved $130 million. And I'm just wondering why there aren't more savings for Prop 47, generated by Prop 47. But we're not in a position to ask.
Well, the legislature asked that same question last year, remember, and ended up adding another $10 million. So there's, obviously, it's not totally scientific, right? Some of it's based on politics and, well, out of our control.
Any more questions for staff on this? we agreed to it.
That was the ESC.
That was the
That was
ESC.
the
So the question was, does it translate for LA seem like a lot? And the response is, that's what this body agreed to. And it's provide services to all of LA County. Just the other kind of caveat this body agreed to.
Other questions?
All right, turn it back to our co-chairs.
Okay, Ms. Penner, any thoughts from you?
Oh, thank you all very much. This is so difficult, and I think you stood to your, your boundaries, and I think the outcome is excellent. I'm really delighted, and I think super happy to get the money out to the field at last, and I think a lot of CBOs will be engaged, the state will be in better shape. Next 3 years, we'll do it again.
And we will post the list to the BSCC website. I know people are listening online and very interested to see the results. And we as staff will get together and just make sure those who's funded columns are really clear. I think we need to do a little bit of maneuvering on the large so that it's clear who's getting funded. Likewise on a small scope. But are there other questions for today?
I really want to just thank everyone. This is probably my fourth or fifth one of these, and never have I had to read more than like 12 applications. So the fact that you guys all made time to read 58 applications is just insane. And just the amount of debate. I agree with our folks that made public comment. This is kind of a precedent-setting ESC, and I hope we follow this path into the future. So. My only hope was that this money went out 3 years ago when Prop 47 was passed, but God bless the fact that it's going out to the people now. So thank you all very much. And we are adjourned.
So,